Chapter 35-36. Ning Qi floated in the void and looked at the main peak of the ancient star system pavilion. Not only did the true disciples of the star palaces live here, even the most mysterious pavilion master was cultivating there. However, it was rare for ordinary disciples to see them. Only on certain occasions would they be able tunely during important sect celebrations would they have the opportunity to see their true appearance. When he got closer, he could feel the majesty of this peak. It was like a world standing before Ningqi. The trees were lush, and if one was inside, it would be no different from an ordinary forest. After admiring it for a while, Ningqi flew around the main peak. It took him 4 to 6 hours to find the entrance to the main peak. If he didn't enter from here, he would be trespassing. If he was discovered by the patrolling cultivators, he would be severely punished. Junior brother, you look very unfamiliar. There were more than a dozen white-robed core disciples standing at the entrance. From the symbols on their collars, it could be seen that they belonged to different star palaces. One of them was also a core disciple of the Yao Guang Star Palace, but he had never seen Ningqi before. At this moment, he was looking at Ningqi with doubt in his eyes. I just became a core disciple, so it's not surprising that senior brothers haven't seen me before. Ningqi smiled. So that's how it is. Everyone nodded. The core disciple from the Mizar Palace who spoke first smiled and said, I wonder what junior brother came to the main peak for? Junior brothers should know the rules. Unless you are summoned by the elders or core disciples can't enter unless there is a special reason. The main peak, going to the star pavilion, should be considered a special reason, right? Ningqi smiled. You just became a core disciple, and you want to go to the star pavilion? If you can't communicate with the stars, you can only wait another 100 years. The core disciple from the Mizar Palace was a bit surprised. I already know the rules. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Okay, junior brother, come with me. The core disciple nodded and greeted the others before leading Ningqi into the main peak. This core disciple from the Mizar Palace was named Zhou Tao. He had been in the sect for more than 8,000 years. When he first entered the ancient star system pavilion, he was at the peak of the karma realm like Ningqi. However, as a rogue cultivator, he didn't have enough resources to burn karma. As a result, he did not have the means to manually wash away the karma on him. After all, he didn't even know when he had gotten his hands on some karma. That was why he had done everything he could to obtain the token to enter the ancient star system pavilion. He had spent 6,000 years collecting the burning karma fruit and successfully reached the heavens mandate realm. He was at the peak of the middle fate state and could reach the advanced fate state at any time. When Zhou Tao found out that Ningqi had only been in the sect for 500 years, his tone immediately changed. In the midst of envy, there was a trace of undetectable flattery. Brother Ning, I have been to the star pavilion 20 times. But each time I have gained nothing. So this time when you go to the star pavilion, don't hold too much hope. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Just treat it as a chance to broaden your horizons. You can stay there for 10 years and make good use of these 10 years because the speed at which you can absorb star energy is more than 100 times faster than the outside world. Even if you can't establish a connection with the stars, you won't be at a disadvantage. Zhou Tao introduced his experience as he walked. All right. Ningqi nodded with a smile. According to Zhou Tao, he had already guessed the reason why there were less than 100 core disciples in the ancient star system pavilion. Apart from the difficulty of reaching the rebirth state, being able to establish a connection with a star in the star pavilion and make it one's own. It should be extremely difficult to supply star energy to the furnace. Otherwise, Zhou Tao wouldn't have failed more than 20 times in a row. Judging from his tone, it seemed that failing 20 times wasn't a big deal. After walking for about an hour, a trace of doubt flashed across Ningqi's eyes. At this speed, I'm afraid that I won't be able to reach the top of the main peak even after 100 years. Brother Zhou, I heard that the star pavilion is at the top of the main peak. Are we just going to go up like this? Ning Qi asked. Of course not. Zhou Tao looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. Not to mention you and me, even the core disciples can't reach the top of the main peak by themselves. After all, that's where the pavilion master cultivates. I'll take you to see an elder who is in charge of the Star Pavilion. The old man is in charge of the Star Pavilion. You can only go to the Star Pavilion if he agrees. Elder. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. He had some understanding of the elders of the 7 major star palaces. They were basically undead realm existences. Above them were the deputy palace masters, who were sempiternal realm experts. As for the palace master, only undead realm experts could take on the position. However, the elder that Zhou Tao mentioned seemed to be a new title. You've just become a core disciple and have never been to the main peak. There are still many things that you don't know about the ancient star system pavilion. Let me tell you, you should know that there are 7 major star palaces in the ancient star system pavilion, right? Zhou Tao smiled at Ning Qi. I know this. Ning Qi nodded. Then have you ever thought that the 7 major star palaces are like 7 independent sects? They have their own law enforcement hall, hidden star hall, mission hall, and alchemy hall. These hall masters are all undead realm elders, and the main peak is under the jurisdiction of the pavilion master. But he doesn't have these complicated forces under him, nor does he have a true disciple, and he doesn't even have a first senior brother. Is the pavilion master alone? Zhou Tao asked with a smile. Please enlighten me, senior brother. Ning Qi smiled. The pavilion master has an elder pavilion under him. In order to distinguish them from the ordinary elders, they are called elders. These elders are extremely powerful. Some are comparable to the deputy palace masters, and some are even comparable to the palace masters of the 7 major star palaces. They are all undead realm experts. The elder I'm going to take you to is the latter, so don't be rude when the time comes. Zhou Tao no longer kept Ning Qi in suspense. The elder pavilion, Ning Qi nodded with a slightly dignified expression. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect the strength of the ancient star system pavilion to be so much stronger than it seemed. The elder pavilion that Zhou Tao mentioned was at least equivalent to 3 or 4 star palaces working together. 2 hours later, Zhou Tao brought Ning Qi to a small courtyard. The courtyard looked very simple and was hidden in the mountains. If one passed by normally, they would never think that there was a pavilion elder living inside. Disciple Zhou Tao of the Mizar Palace requests to see pavilion elder Duan. Zhou Tao gave Ning Qi a look, stood at the entrance of the courtyard, and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Ning Qi also bowed slightly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the door of the courtyard slowly opened. An old woman with a hunched back slowly walked out with a cane. She glanced at Zhou Tao, then her gaze fell on Ning Qi. She smiled kindly and said, Little guy wants to go to the Star System Pavilion. Chapter 35-37. Did anyone tell you that after you break through to the rebirth state, you'll gain more from the Star Pavilion? Grand Elder Duan looked at Ning Qi with a smile. She looked like an ordinary old woman at the moment, but Ning Qi knew that there was a terrifying power hidden in her decaying body. It was just that she had concealed it and didn't let any of it leak out. Grand Elder Duan, I've been told by my senior brother. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the rebirth state in a short period of time, so I'd like to give the Star Pavilion a try. Ning Qi said respectfully, All right. Grand Elder Duan nodded with a smile and gently tapped the ground with his cane. With a dull thud, Ning Qi suddenly realized that the scenery around him had changed drastically. The sky suddenly darkened. There was a gigantic star hanging in the air, emitting a cold light that shone on Ning Qi's body like moonlight. The height of the main peak has indeed broken through the atmosphere and entered the universe. Ning Qi thought to himself. He was currently in a vacuum, although there were mountains and rivers around him and the scenery was extremely beautiful, he was 100% in space. Not far away, there was a mysterious palace shrouded in a faint white light. Go ahead. That's the Star Pavilion. You have 10 years. Once the time is up, wait for me at the entrance. However, remember not to run around. There are restrictive spells everywhere. With your cultivation level, one wrong step and you'll die. Grand Elder Duan smiled. Thank you, Grand Elder Duan. Ning-Chi nodded with a serious expression and walked toward the Star Pavilion not far away. This should be the cultivation place of the Pavilion Master of the ancient Star Pavilion. With the power of a great emperor, any restrictive spell could easily kill a 5th-step cultivator, let alone a 4th-step cultivator like him. Ning-Chi didn't plan on going there. He wanted to test whether Grand Elder Duan was telling the truth. His goal was only the Star Pavilion. Just as Ning-Chi was thinking about how to open the door of the Star Pagoda, the door of the Star Pagoda opened slowly. Seeing this, Grand Elder Duan smiled and disappeared from the spot. Ning-Chi took a deep breath and slowly walked into the Star Pavilion. The gate slowly closed behind him. Could it be that there's another universe hidden here? Ning-Chi looked at the scene in front of him with a hint of surprise. When he was outside just now, he was sure that he was standing on the top of the main peak. In addition to a huge moon-like star, he could also see the stars in the depths of the universe. However, as soon as he entered the Star Pavilion, he saw that the layout of the stars was completely different from what he saw outside. The stars here seemed to be more abundant and brighter. Ding! System Advancement Mission reactivated. The System Advancement Mission suddenly rang. Ning-Chi's eyes moved slightly, and he immersed his mind into the system. Sure enough, the mission details column had already lit up. System: how do I obtain the Chaos Star? Among the stars in the sky, which one is the Great Desolation Star? Ning-Chi asked. The System Advancement Mission can only be completed by the host alone. The system cannot give any hints. The system can through the system. After that, no matter how Ning-Chi asked, the system did not reply. Ning-Chi smiled. He looked at the stars in the sky and sat down. Since the system wanted him to complete it on his own, he would try and see if he could comprehend the so-called Great Desolation Star. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen days had passed. During these 10 days, Ning-Chi suddenly had a special feeling in his heart, as if he had established a faint connection with a certain star. The door of the Star Pavilion suddenly opened again, and a few figures walked in together. When they saw Ning-Chi sitting not far away, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. Instead, they each chose a place to sit down. Half a year later, the door of the Star Pavilion opened again. This time, more than a dozen people entered. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The originally empty Star Pavilion was now filled with 70 to 80 core disciples. These core disciples were basically old foxes who had come to the Star Pavilion many times. When Ning-Chi had been in the Star Pavilion for 5 years, the door opened again and a figure entered. Oh, this back. Lu Zhujuan's gaze first fell on Ning-Chi. She felt that this back was extremely familiar. After thinking for a few moments, she finally remembered. Back then, Yi Buhui had sent 4 people to the forsaken land of the gods to patrol. One of them was extremely strong. His back looked exactly the same. How long has it been? He has already reached the fate state. Lu Zhujuan's eyes flashed with shock. She looked at Ning-Chi enviously, then found a corner and slowly sat down. She was a Karma Realm cultivator. Originally, she didn't have the qualifications to enter the Stellar Pavilion. However, she used the merit points she earned in Lost City over the years to exchange for a chance to enter the Stellar Pavilion. To others, such an action was a waste. Karma State cultivators basically had 0 chance of communicating with the stars. Lu Zhujun pretended to be meditating, but in fact, she was secretly observing the others. After a few days, When she saw that everyone was focused on comprehending the stars, she took out a black object from her universe ring. Upon closer inspection, this object looked exactly like a black object. It was a finger bone. The owner of the finger bone seemed to have suffered great torture when he was alive. He was burned to death, which was why the finger bone was so black. As soon as the finger bone appeared, there was a star that no longer emitted light in the depths of the universe. It was as if it had completely died and suddenly trembled. There were many incomparably bright stars around this star. However, compared to the former, the size of these stars seemed to be a little lacking. It was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. It was like a dead star. After trembling, a hazy layer of white light rose up from its body. After several breaths of time, this white light suddenly shot into the sky, blooming with a breathtaking brilliance. This brilliance suppressed all the nearby stars. If this went on, they would be overshadowed by this star. Deputy Temple Master Shinto said that this finger bone was left behind by an existence that had communicated with the Great Desolation Star. If I take it, I will have a high chance of finding the Great Desolation Star again. I wonder if it is true. Chapter 35-38. What's going on? Not only did Lu Zhuju notice this, but the sudden appearance of the light also attracted the attention of others, including Ning Qi. Could it be that a dead star has been resurrected for some unknown reason? A core disciple looked at the light in the universe with a pale face and said in shock, "I don't know if such a change is a blessing or a curse for us. It's better than nothing. All these years, I've come to the Star Pavilion empty-handed every time. Perhaps this change is our chance." That's right. Everyone looked at each other with a trace of hostility in their eyes. Then they immediately closed their eyes and tried their best to comprehend, trying to establish a connection with the light. Unfortunately, it doesn't belong to you. Lu Zhujun looked at everyone with a mocking gaze, then looked at the light with great anticipation, tightly grasping the finger bone in her hand. If she guessed correctly, according to Deputy Palace Master Shen Tu's instructions, this light must have originated from the Great Desolation Star. Its appearance at this moment was also inextricably related to the phalanx. There was a 70 to 80% chance that the phalanx would reestablish its connection with the primordial star. After that, she would be able to complete the mission that Vice Hall Master Shinto had given her. She would not have to suffer punishment for losing a land abandoned by the gods. Ning Qi stared at the white light and could clearly feel his heart throbbing. This throbbing had appeared from time to time since the appearance of the white light. Time passed by minute. The white light seemed to be getting closer and closer, and the effect it produced was also getting stronger and stronger. The stars that should have been incomparably resplendent were suppressed by this light, appearing dim and lifeless. This scene further proved that the white light originated from an extremely powerful star. If they could establish a connection with it, it would definitely be of great benefit to their cultivation. Everyone became excited and their hearts were boiling. They tacitly did not make a sound, afraid that the movement here would be discovered by the outside world. If the news spread, there would definitely be many core disciples rushing to the Star Pavilion to compete with them for the opportunity. Half a month later, the white light no longer extended. It looked like a sun suspended in the depths of the universe. The stars around it became incomparably small. In the dark universe, it was as if it was the only thing emitting terrifying heat, while the other stars were sinking. When everyone saw this scene, it was as if they were watching an emperor walk down from his throne, and all the subjects around him knelt and kowtowed. This is definitely not an ordinary star. Emperor rank. It must be an emperor grade. Only a great emperor is qualified to communicate with an emperor-grade star. One of the core members cried out in shock. The others looked at each other and didn't say anything. They forcefully suppressed the great waves in their hearts and closed their eyes, trying to establish a connection with this star. Just as everyone was racing against time, crazed expressions appearing on their faces as they desperately tried to establish a connection with the star. A golden beam of light suddenly shot out from the star and landed directly on Lu Zhujuan's body. How could it be her? Who is this woman? How could a mere karma cultivator appear in the stellar pavilion? Everyone looked at Lu Zhujun in shock. There was a trace of shock, confusion, jealousy, and disappointment in their eyes. There were many disciples in the ancient star pavilion, and the number of inner sect disciples was endless. In addition, many cultivators entered the sect at different times. Some of them hadn't seen each other for thousands of years, so Lu Zhujun had left the sect a long time ago. She was a dragon rider cultivator in the Lost City cleanup team. So aside from Ning Qi, no one else recognized her. This star has established a connection with her. If this star is the Chaos Star, then the system's advancement mission has failed, right? Ning Qi looked at Lu Zhujun and frowned. It really is me. Lu Zhujun was ecstatic. Although she had to return the finger bone to Deputy Palace Master Shintu, if she could obtain some benefits during this process, she might be able to use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck she had been stuck at for many years and enter a stronger realm. However, before she could be happy for a while, the phalanx in her hand suddenly moved. Like a bullet, it shot through the back of her hand. Then it turned into a golden light and disappeared into Ning Qi's right palm and the tailbone in his right palm. They overlapped, and then the golden light that enveloped Lu Zhujun moved to Ning Qi. When everyone saw this, their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with confusion. They had seen people plundering cultivation resources, and they had also seen people plundering grotto heavens and blessed lands. However, they had never seen someone plundering someone else and establishing a connection with them. Not only had they never seen it, they had never heard of it. Not only had they never seen it, they had never heard of it. Such a thing had never happened in the ancient star pavilion. Otherwise, how could everyone sit here peacefully comprehending the stars? But today they had seen it with their own eyes. Lu Zhujun, who had lost the golden light, stared blankly at the back of her hand that had been pierced. Then, she stared blankly at Ning Qi. After a few moments, she suddenly let out a shrill scream and rushed towards Ning Qi. Bang! Just as his body got close to Ning Qi, it was blocked by the golden light that enveloped Ning Qi. Lu Zhujun fell to the ground with disheveled hair, but he immediately got up and shouted at Ning Qi, "Give me back my opportunity!" Ning Qi ignored her. Or rather, he could no longer hear the outside world. He could only see Lu Zhujuan's mouth moving. His attention was completely focused on the little finger of his right hand. Just now, he felt something merge with his little finger. His little finger. This object flew out from Lu Zhujuan's hand, and the moment it landed in my hand, the golden light also moved over. This means that the appearance of the star is very likely related to this object. But what exactly is it? Ning Qi frowned slightly. He was not used to having unknown things merge with his body. Who knew if this thing was good or bad, and what kind of effect it would have on his body? Thinking about this, he immediately used his divine sense to check his palm, but found nothing. Just as he was about to ask the system, his body suddenly felt a special feeling, as if he was being dragged by someone. Then he found that he was no longer in the star pavilion, but in the depths of the universe. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge star. This star was constantly emitting black and yellow energy. As if sensing Ning Qi's arrival, the black and yellow energy slowly separated. A beautiful figure walked out. "It's you!" Chapter 35-39. You have finally come to God Luo world. The woman looked at Ning Qi and revealed a smile. "What is your name?" Ning Qi wanted to check the woman's attributes, only to discover that the interface was filled with question marks. He couldn't even see her name. There were a few possibilities. One of them was that her cultivation was much stronger than his. You will remember. The woman smiled, If I tell you now, it might harm you. When you remember, you will know where to find me. This is a strand of spiritual sense that I left on the great, desolate, ancient star. It cannot exist for too long, otherwise they will sense it. Wait. Ning-Chi suddenly took a step forward, but there was nothing in front of him. The woman seemed to have turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. In the next moment, the scenery around him changed again. He returned to the star pavilion and the golden light on his body disappeared. However, he could sense that there was an additional connection in his sea of consciousness. There was an endless stream of star energy flowing into his body through this connection. Inside Ning-Chi's body was being tempered and his cultivation was rising. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the system advancement mission. The system has entered the advancement state, 1%. The system notification sounded. Immediately after, Ning-Chi discovered that he could no longer use the system's functions. The entire system was in a state of upgrading. I have finally completed the mission. Ning-Chi sighed in his heart. Although he didn't find out the woman's background, Ning-Chi was still looking forward to the advancement of the system. After the advancement, the power of the system should be greatly increased. There might even be new functions. Everyone stared at Ning-Chi. After a while, one of the core members asked, "Did you communicate with that star? What star is that?" "I don't know." Ning-Chi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Lu Zhujun looking at him with a face full of hatred. "Return the great, desolate star to me." Lu Zhujun gritted her teeth and said, "Great, desolate star? What star is that? How did you know it was the Great Desolation Star?" Everyone's eyes flashed with bewilderment because they had never heard of this star's name before. But just from the word primordial, they could deduce that this star's origin was not simple. A very, very long time ago, there was also an era in the Shenluo world that was known as the Primordial Era. In that era, there were many emperor-level experts, and everyone's cultivation depended on themselves. There was no need for the Holy Parliament to judge if one had the qualifications to advance. It was just that that era was too far away, so far that very few people knew about it. He had only heard of the specific information of that era. Lu Zhujun's expression changed slightly. She knew that she had let the cat out of the bag, but she couldn't care less at this moment. This time, not only did she lose the phalanx, she didn't even get the Great Desolation Star. One could imagine how furious she would be when she returned to Lost City. Deputy Palace Master too, at that time, as long as she reported the matter of her embarrassing the cultivators of the slum's domain, she would face an unbearable punishment. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Ning-Chi smiled at Lu Zhujun. "You." Lu Zhujun was extremely angry. Her expression changed a few times, as if considering that Ning-Chi's cultivation was much higher than hers. After a few breaths, Lu Zhujun glared at Ning-Chi with extreme hatred, as if she wanted to imprint Ning-Chi's face deeply into her heart. Then she turned around and left. Ning-Chi smiled and followed her out of the Star Pavilion. Everyone looked at Ning-Chi's back with envy. After he left, they sighed and sat down again. They only had a chance to enter the Star Pavilion once in 100 years, and they would not choose to chase after him just because of a trace of curiosity in their hearts. Get out. At the entrance of the Star Pavilion, Lu Zhujun glanced at Ning-Chi expressionlessly and did not say a word. Ning-Chi ignored her and observed the progress of the system's advancement. It was still at 1%. He estimated that the system's advancement this time would be the slowest in history. In a short period of time, he would not be able to use the top cultivation training ground. "It's only been a few years, and you're already out?" Pavilion Elder Duan appeared silently in front of the two of them with a trace of surprise on his face. Lu Zhujun glanced at Ning-Chi and suddenly said, "Pavilion Elder, this senior brother has communicated with an extremely powerful star in the Star Pavilion, an extremely powerful star? Pavilion Elder Duan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Then he smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Little guy, come here and let me have a look." Ning Chi glanced at Lu Zhujun and saw a trace of mockery in her eyes. A thought suddenly came to his mind. Was there something special about the chaotic star that made the ancient star pavilion dislike it? Otherwise, why would Lu Zhujun do this? With this thought in mind, Ning Chi looked at Pavilion Elder Duan and slowly walked up to her. Not to mention that the system was advancing. Even if it was not, he would not be able to fight against an existence whose strength was at least at the immortal realm. After all, he could not enter the top cultivation training ground at this place. If he did not break through to the Emperor realm, he would be trapped here for the rest of his life. Without Pavilion Elder Duan leading the way, even the chiefs at the undead realm would not be able to leave this place by themselves. As Ning Chi approached, Grand Secretary Duan's gaze fell on the center of Ning Chi's brows. His pupils suddenly turned silver, and there seemed to be two swirling vortexes in them. Ning Chi felt as if his body had become immobilized, as if his soul had been stripped away from his body. It's just an ordinary star. A moment later, Pavilion Elder Duan's pupils returned to normal, and he smiled. At the same time, Ning Chi regained control of his body and broke out in a cold sweat. Ordinary star? Lu Zhujun's eyes flashed with disbelief. Isn't that a forbidden star? Forbidden star? Ha! Little guy, our ancient star pavilion has suppressed countless forbidden stars over the years. If they appeared, how could I not notice? Pavilion Elder Duan smiled. Is it really not the great desolation star? Lu Zhujun looked at Ning Chi in bewilderment. A sliver of doubt arose in her heart. She did not have any evidence to prove that the star was the great desolation star. Could it be that the finger bone given to her by Deputy Palace Master Shinto had attracted another star? This star? Thinking of this, Lu Zhujun suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This way, her mission could not be considered a failure. For the sake of the great desolation star, Vice Palace Master Shinto would not give up on her so quickly. Pavilion Elder Duan, may I know what a forbidden star is? Ning Chi said respectfully. There are countless stars in the world. Some stars will bring good luck, while others will bring misfortune. These stars that bring misfortune are called forbidden stars. The Holy Assembly does not permit the existence of forbidden stars, and if anyone manages to communicate with a forbidden star, they will not be allowed to exist. Constellation will be sent to the Holy Assembly for trial. Chapter 3540. You can go down the mountain now. Grand Secretary Duan glanced at Lu Zhujun and smiled. Yes. Lu Zhujun nodded respectfully. She looked at Ning Chi reluctantly and turned to go down the mountain. Grand Secretary Duan, I'll take my leave as well. Ning Chi bowed to Grand Secretary Duan. Come with me. Grand Secretary Duan looked at Ning Chi with a faint smile on his lips. He slowly walked into the yard with the help of his walking stick. Ning Chi was slightly taken aback. A hint of surprise and uncertainty flashed in his eyes. A few breaths later, Ning Chi entered the yard. Grand Secretary Duan slowly turned around and looked at Ning Chi with a half-smile. How did you communicate with that primordial star? What are you talking about, Grand Secretary Duan? I don't quite understand. Ning Chi's expression remained unchanged. Don't play dumb. I've lived for so long. What haven't I seen? Grand Secretary Duan said with a half-smile. Ning Chi was silent for a few breaths before he said calmly, Are you going to send me to the Supreme Saint Council for trial? If that were the case, you wouldn't be here now. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what Grand Secretary Duan Lingtian's motive was, at least he didn't follow the rules and send him to the Supreme Saint Council. That way, there was still room for negotiation. If he had gone to the Supreme Saint Council, he would have been dead for sure. Actually, it was that junior sister who first established contact with the star. Ning Qi pondered and said, "As for why she chose me, I'm not too sure myself." What happened in the Star Pagoda could not be hidden from Grand Secretary Duan if he asked. However, Ning Qi was 90% sure that no one else had seen the thing that flew out of Lu Zhujun's hand. Only Lu Zhujun, and he knew that it was the key. He believed that Lu Zhujun would not tell anyone about it. If the great, desolate ancient star was a forbidden star, then the object that Lu Zhujun brought was to communicate with the forbidden star. If she told anyone, she would not have a good ending. When you choose a star, the star is also choosing you. Ordinary stars will choose dozens or even hundreds of hosts, so these cultivators can obtain much star power from the star. The more powerful the star, the fewer people it will choose. However, even the star that I'm connected to has 2 other hosts. Only forbidden stars will only choose one host. Therefore, this kind of cultivator will obtain extremely powerful assistance, and it's even possible that they will be able to obtain even more star power from the star, breaking through to a realm that the Holy Council does not wish to see. So it is taboo and is not permitted to exist. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Pavilion Elder Duan, even if Xingqian only chooses one host, it doesn't mean anything, does it? Things that can't be controlled are disasters. This is the Holy Council's way of doing things. You'll understand once you've lived for a while. Pavilion Elder Duan smiled. However, the Holy Assembly didn't judge these stars as taboo because of this. The main reason is that the ancient star system pavilion once produced 2 powerful existences with unparalleled talent. Both of them were qualified to touch the 7th step. Under their leadership, the ancient star system pavilion's strength was at the peak of all the clans. However, they died quietly. The previous pavilion master was sitting and discussing the Tao with someone else. At that time, there was no life force left. The second pavilion master was fighting against his enemy, but his origin soul exploded before he could even attack. There was a flash of shock in Ning Qi's eyes. 2 great emperors who had the chance to touch the 7th step died just like that? Without Grand Secretary Duan saying anything, he could already guess who had done it. You should have guessed it. Both times it was the Holy Assembly. Later, the Holy Assembly directly sent an order to the ancient star system pavilion saying that the 2 pavilion masters died because they communicated with a star that would bring disaster to the ancient star system pavilion. The ancient star pavilion listed these stars as taboo, and if we see one, we'll suppress it. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. The prehistoric ancient star is one of the taboo stars. Ever since it appeared, it has chosen 4 hosts, and you are the 4th. Grand Secretary Duan, what happened to the previous 3 hosts? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. The first one died while he was discussing Tao with someone. The second one died before he fought against his enemy. The third one was killed by the emperor of the Jiang family before he could rise. Grand Secretary Duan said with a smile. Gasp! Ning Qi gasped in his heart. In that case, 2 of the previous 3 hosts of the prehistoric ancient star pavilion used to be the pavilion master of the archaic star pavilion, and the last one was killed by the emperor of the Jiang family. It was highly likely that he was the Emperor Beixian in his previous life. Grand Secretary Duan, you've told me so much. What are you going to do with me? Ning Qi's face was solemn. Deal with you? Why should I deal with you? Remember, don't tell anyone about the star you're communicating with. As for that female disciple and the others who saw the unusual phenomenon in the star pavilion, I'll erase their memories for you. From now on, only you and I will know about this. The smile on Grand Secretary Duan's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a serious look. Ning Qi was surprised. Grand Secretary Duan was going to help him? But why? There's nothing else. You can go now. Grand Secretary Duan waved a hand. Ning Qi felt the scenery around him change again, and then he was outside the yard. He stood on the spot for a few breaths, bowed deeply in the direction of the yard, and then turned to walk down the mountain. The Star Pavilion. The door opened slowly. Grand Secretary Duan walked in slowly. None of the dozens of core disciples noticed his presence. Grand Secretary Duan looked at them with a smile, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a special power flowed into the core disciples like specks of starlight. At the center of their brows, the expressions on their faces changed, and then they all opened their eyes. The door was closed. Grand Secretary Duan's figure also disappeared. What a strange feeling. It's as if I forgot something. Everyone secretly cursed in their hearts, but they didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to comprehend the stars. On the other side, Lu Zhujun, who had already left the main peak, was about to leave the ancient star pavilion and head to Lost City. However, before she could leave the sect, she paused and a trace of confusion appeared on her face. He glanced around. Strange. What am I doing here? Lu Zhujun floated in the air with a frown. After pondering for a while, she suddenly realized that she should use her merit points to exchange for the qualification to enter the Star Pavilion. Not long after, Lu Zhujun arrived at the hidden star temple of the Alcade Star Palace. When she was about to exchange for the qualification, she found that her merit points had been cleared. If you don't have any merit points, then leave. Chapter 3541. At the foot of the main peak, Zhou Tao revealed a look of surprise when he saw Ning Qi appear. Brother Ning, it's been less than 10 years. Why did you leave the mountain? Zhou Tao asked with a surprised expression. When the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and they looked at Ning Qi with a strange look in their eyes. He had left the Star Pavilion in less than 10 years. It was very likely that he had already established a connection with a certain star, and from then on he had an endless supply of energy from that star. Using the power of the stars to aid his cultivation, he was no longer an ordinary cultivator. Good luck. Ning Qi smiled. Zhou Tao was stunned for a moment and then gasped. You succeeded on your first trip to the Star Pavilion? Without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, Zhou Tao revealed a look of envy. It seems that your talent is indeed much stronger than ours. We have been to the Star Pavilion more than 10 times over the years, but we have never been able to establish a connection with a star. You succeeded on your first try. Congratulations. From now on, you're a core disciple reserve. Core disciple reserve? Ning Qi saw everyone looking at him with envy and smiled. After chatting with Zhou Tao for a bit, he left the main peak. His purpose for coming to the ancient star pavilion had been completed. Now, Ning Qi could choose to stay here and cultivate. He could also choose to return to the Dark Parliament headquarters and not return to the ancient star pavilion. However, Ning Qi didn't plan to give up his identity in the ancient star pavilion. With this identity, it wouldn't be so troublesome to travel in the divine Luo realm. Just as he returned to his own mountain range in the core courtyard, Ning Qi saw someone with an aura no weaker than a core disciple. Seeing Ning Qi appear, this person immediately looked at Ning Qi. Are you the new core disciple, Ning Qi? The other party looked at Ning Qi for a while before speaking. You are. Ning Qi looked at the other party and wanted to check his attributes. However, he suddenly remembered that the system was being updated, and he couldn't use this function. His gaze fell on the person's collar. There was a symbol embroidered on the collar, proving that he wasn't a disciple of the ancient star pavilion. He was not a disciple, but a deacon elder. Hidden Star, Temple Deacon Dongfang Qingyang. The other party smiled faintly. Hidden Star, Temple Deacon? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he said with a smile, What brings you here? The status of a core disciple was no weaker than that of an ordinary deacon. Even though they were at the rebirth realm, those who chose to become deacons were those who had reached the end of their cultivation path and wanted to find another path. Their status was only slightly higher than that of the inner sect disciples. The great elder of the Hidden Star Palace, Yao Mu, wishes to see you. I have been waiting at your door for several years. Finally, you have returned. If there is nothing else, please follow me to the Hidden Star Palace." Dongfang Qingyang smiled. "Great Elder Yao Mu?" Ning Qi's heart stirred. When he heard those two words, he immediately thought of a middle-aged man standing next to Fei Xuanzi during the outer sect competition between the Alcade Star Palace and the Mizar Palace. Fei Xuanzi had called him Elder Yao, and Ning Qi had seen him at that time. The full name was Yao Mu. However, this person seemed to be on Jiang Tianchu's side. The other elder, Qi Haoran's attitude was very obvious. He didn't support Jiang Tianchu's position, but Yao Mu was completely different. Seemingly seeing that Ning Qi was hesitating, Dongfang Qingyang smiled. "After Elder Yao Mu found out about your battle with Bai Xiaoqiu, he became fond of you, so you don't have to worry. Please lead the way." Ning Qi smiled. Upon seeing this, Dongfang Qingyang nodded with a smile and flew towards the Hidden Star Palace with Ning Qi. When they arrived at the Hidden Star Palace, many disciples along the way respectfully saluted Dongfang Qingyang when they saw him. Even the core disciples would enthusiastically greet him. From the looks of it, Dongfang Qingyang's status in the Hidden Star Palace wasn't low. Not long after, Dongfang Qingyang brought Ning Qi to a large palace. There were 2 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators standing at the door. They were wearing similar clothes to Dongfang Qingyang. "Deacon Qingyang, this is? Core disciple Ning Qi. Elder Yao wants to see him." Dongfang Qingyang smiled. The two glanced at each other, then nodded and gestured for Ning Qi to enter. Dongfang Qingyang led Ning Qi into the palace. After Ning Qi sat down, he turned around and left. Soon after, a maidservant girl walked up to Ning Qi, poured him a cup of tea, then turned around and left. She was at the early stage of the Karma realm. Ning Qi smiled, took a sip of tea, and calmly observed the furnishings in the hall. This wait lasted for an entire 7 days. Every day, the servant girl would come up to change a pot of tea, but she never said a single word to Ning Qi, nor did she say a single word to him. They made eye contact, and Ning Qi didn't open his mouth and didn't look at her either. This kid is quite calm. In another room, Yamu lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He looked at a bronze mirror not far away and smiled. Ning Qi's image could be seen in the bronze mirror. The maidservant and Dongfang Qingyang were respectfully standing behind Yao Mu with their heads lowered. It wasn't until Yao Mu spoke that Dongfang Qingyang smiled and said, "Elder Yao, didn't you fancy his talent? Why did you leave him hanging for so long?" "Aside from talent, the disciple I want to accept also needs character. If he shows a trace of impatience just because of a few days, then his temperament is lacking." Yao Mu smiled. Elder Yao is really far-sighted. Dongfang Qingyang gently flattered him. "He hasn't been cultivating in the cave for the past few years. Have you found out where he went?" Yao Mu asked. "I have. He has been staying in the Star Pavilion on the main peak for the past few years." Dongfang Qingyang whispered. "Oh, he hasn't stayed for 10 years? Then he has probably already established a connection with a star. To have such a result on his first trip to the Star Pavilion, his talent is indeed extraordinary. No wonder even Bai Xiaoqiu, who has condensed a rank 6 ancient star body, isn't his match. It won't be long before he becomes a core disciple." Yao Mu smiled. Dongfang Qingyang had a smile on his face, but when he looked at the copper mirror, there was a flash of jealousy in his eyes. A mere fellow that had only been in the ancient star system pavilion for a few hundred years was about to become a true disciple, and he had stayed in the ancient star system pavilion for too long. He had stayed in the ancient star pavilion for so many years without a chance to become a core disciple. If he hadn't become a deacon and joined Yao Mu, he wouldn't even have his rebirth realm cultivation. Let's go see this child. Chapter 3542. Disciple Ning Qi greets Elder Yao. When Ning Qi saw a gloomy middle-aged man bring Dongfang Qingyang and the servant girl into the hall, He immediately stood up from his seat and bowed respectfully. "Take a seat." A smile appeared on Yao Mu's face, but this smile could not wipe away the gloominess on his face. After Ning Qi sat down, Yao Mu looked at Ning Qi for a while and said, "I heard that your ancient star body has reached rank 7. "Exactly." Ning Qi nodded. "Rank 7 ancient star body. That's the most basic requirement to become a core disciple. You were only an inner disciple back then, not even a core disciple. It looks like you were indeed underestimated when you first entered the sect and wasted a good talent." Yao Mu sighed with a smile. "Elder Yao is overpraising me." Ning Qi smiled. "Don't be modest. I've been in the Ancient Star System Pavilion for many years, and I haven't seen many people like you who have formed the ancient star body in just 500 years. Thinking back to Jiang Tianshu's era, there were many geniuses, but their talent was at most on par with yours. Both of us are equally matched, but my luck isn't as good as yours." Yao Mu looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. "What does Elder Yao mean by that? This disciple doesn't quite understand." Ning Qi smiled. "You don't understand? More than 500 years and a rank 7 ancient star body. If it wasn't for a certain opportunity, it would have been impossible. However, you don't have to worry. I won't ask about your opportunity. I called you here today to ask, are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Yao Mu looked at Ning Qi and smiled grimly. Ning Qi didn't feel surprised, but he didn't nod in agreement. Instead, he smiled and declined. "I'm used to being alone. How dare you?" A trace of anger appeared in Dongfang Qingyang's eyes. Yao Mu had personally asked to accept him as a disciple, but the other party actually dared to refuse? If Ning Qi was still at the Dao querying realm and a fifth-step cultivator asked to accept him as a disciple, Ning Qi would naturally agree immediately. Even if he had any other thoughts, he would put them aside. But now his battle prowess was not any weaker than an initial rebirth state expert, and the distance between him and the fifth step was not as far as he had imagined. If he became Yao Mu's disciple, and Yao Mu found out that he had established a connection with the chaotic ancient star, then the loss was not worth it. Ning Qi didn't think that Yao Mu would hide the truth for him like Grand Secretary Duan. "Qingyang, don't scare me." Yao Mu glanced at Dongfang Qingyang indifferently. When Dongfang Qingyang saw this, he hurriedly lowered his head. However, when he looked at Yao Mu out of the corner of his eye, his gaze was still cold. Yao Mu smiled and looked at Ning Qi. "Has someone already asked to take you as a disciple?" "No." Ning Qi smiled. "Since you're unwilling, then I'll drop this matter. You can leave now." Yao Mu smiled and waved his hand. "Then this disciple will take his leave first." Ning Qi stood up, bowed, and turned to leave. After a while, Dongfang Qingyang gathered his courage and said in a low voice, "Elder Yao, this brat is so insensible. Are we just going to let him go like this? Do you think he's just an inner court disciple that you can bully at will? Do you know why the inner sect, outer sect, and odd job disciples are called ordinary disciples?" Yao Mu sneered. Dongfang Qingyang probed, "Because their cultivation levels are low." "Because those below the inner sect are called ordinary disciples, and Qi Tianran doesn't care about them. That old guy is in charge of the law enforcement hall. Although the official business is handled by the deacons and elders, he knows the situation of every core disciple. There's no way Qi Tianran doesn't know that this brat killed Bai Xiaoqiu. Since he hasn't done anything or said anything, it means that the old guy is secretly observing this brat. If something happens to this brat here, won't it give Qi Tianran an excuse to make things difficult for him?" Yao Mu snorted. "Elder Yao is farsighted. I'm too shallow," Dongfang Qingyang said with admiration. "But you still have to keep an eye on this brat." Yao Mu smiled. Hearing this, Dongfang Qingyang immediately nodded. He understood that with Yao Mu's personality, he would definitely find an opportunity to teach him a lesson after being rejected by a mere heavens mandate realm cultivator. After leaving Yao Mu's place, Ning Qi returned to the core courtyard and prepared to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. He would wait for the system to complete its evolution before considering his next move. At the same time, an inner sect disciple covered in injuries returned to the ancient star system pavilion. He dragged his injured body all the way to courtyard 93. Is Senior Brother Ning here? After the inner sect disciple landed, he let out a roar. Senior Brother, are you looking for Senior Brother Ning Qi? The outer sect disciple of Astral. 93 saw that his opponent's face was covered in blood, but he didn't even have time to wipe it away. There were also a few wounds on his body that were still bleeding profusely. There seemed to be a special power that prevented his body from regenerating. That's right. Where is Senior Brother Ning? I'm Feng Yin, an inner sect disciple of the Migra's palace. I have an urgent matter to discuss with him. Feng Yin's face was pale. Senior Brother Ning has already been promoted to an inner sect disciple and is in the inner sect. If Senior Brother Feng goes to the inner sect, you should be able to find him. An outer sect disciple of Courtyard 93 said. The news of Ning Qi becoming a core disciple hadn't spread to the outer sect yet, so they only knew that Ning Qi was an inner sect disciple. They didn't know that Ning Qi had already become a core disciple. Hearing this, Feng Yin did not waste any time and flew straight to the inner courtyard. When he arrived at the inner courtyard, he asked a few inner court disciples about Ning Qi's whereabouts. Zhang Jingtao, Philo, and Xiongli came over. Senior Brother, do you need something from Senior Brother Ning? The three of them asked as they looked at Feng Yin. Do you know which mountain range Senior Brother Ning's cave is in? Feng Yin asked anxiously. We do know, but you have to tell us why you're looking for Senior Brother Ning. A big shot like him can't just meet anyone. Fei Luo's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile that wasn't a smile. I had gone to the Great Song Mountain Range with junior brother Mo Xie on a mission, but we were besieged. Now, junior brother Mo Xie is besieged in the Great Song Mountain Range, and I managed to escape because of his help. Junior brother Mo Xie asked me to ask Senior Brother Ning to come and rescue him. Senior brothers, please lead the way quickly. Feng Yin hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to tell the truth. Mo Xie had previously told him not to tell the truth in the Alcade Star Palace, in case some people who didn't get along with him caused trouble in the dark. But in this situation, if he didn't tell the truth, the three of them obviously wouldn't bring him to see Ning Qi. Every minute they delayed, Mo Xie would be in more danger. Oh, so that's how it is. The three of them looked at each other. Then Xiongli said with a faint smile, How about this? Your injuries are quite serious. Come to my place to heal. I'll help you inform Senior Brother Ning. Chapter 3543. Not long after the four of them left, Feng Litian suddenly appeared. He looked in the direction that the four of them had left in and pondered for a while. Then he turned around and flew back to the core courtyard. In Xianglai's immortal cave, Feng Yin was treated very well. There were healing medicines, spirit tea, and spirit fruits. However, his injuries were a bit special. They seemed to be poisoned, and he was still bleeding profusely. Even after taking all sorts of medicines, unable to heal. Junior brother Feng, who gave you these injuries? Philo laughed. Feng Yin glanced down, and a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes. Merciless tyrant of Taitsong Mountains. Merciless tyrant? I heard that he's the young master of the sacred poison sect in the Taitsong Mountain Range. He's only been cultivating for 1,200 years, but he's already at the early fate state. Zhang Jingtao said with slight surprise, How did you guys offend such an existence? Senior brother Mo Xie and I have never taken the initiative to cause trouble, but Senior brother Mo Xie had found 2 burning karma fruits. This had attracted the covetous eyes of the various forces of the Great Song Mountain Range. Now, All the major forces in the vicinity of the Great Song Mountain Range have sent their strongest heavens chosen to besiege this place. Senior brother Amos Xie, and I treated it as a form of training. Feng Yin gritted his teeth and said they deserve to die. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao glanced at each other, then smiled and comforted. Don't be afraid. Senior brother Xiong Lai went to look for senior brother Ning. With senior brother Ning taking action, junior brother Mo Xie's safety won't be a problem. That's good. I heard from junior apprentice brother Mo Xie that senior apprentice brother Ning's methods are extremely strong. Is that true? Why have I never heard of it before? Feng Yin heaved a sigh of relief before asking curiously. Very strong indeed. Pharaoh smiled as his eyes flickered with a cold glint as he glanced at Zhang Jingtao. Seeing this, Zhang Jingtao changed the topic and said, I heard that there's a sect in the Great Blue Mountain Range. It's made up of cultivators of the Dragon Clan, and it's called the Great Blue Dragon Sect. For the nearby forces to dare to use our ancient Star Pavilion's disciples as practice, it should be related to the Great Blue Dragon Sect, right? Feng Yin was startled and then nodded with a gloomy expression. This matter was indeed caused by a cultivator from the Great Blue Dragon Sect. That guy's status in the Great Blue Dragon Sect isn't low. If it wasn't for him, how could the other forces dare to make things difficult for us? A cultivator. Philo and Zhang Jingtao exchanged glances and immediately understood what was going on. Following that, the three of them continued to chat with each other, while the impatience on Feng Yin's face grew heavier and heavier. After waiting for a few hours, he finally could not help but speak up. Two senior apprentice brothers. Didn't senior apprentice brother Xiong Lai go to invite senior apprentice brother Ning? Why hasn't he seen Ning yet? Senior brother's whereabouts? Why don't you take me to the place where senior apprentice brother Ning goes into seclusion? He's in the inner sect courtyard, right? Junior brother Feng, don't be anxious. Senior brother Xiong Lai will be back soon. Philo laughed. Seeing this, Feng Yin suppressed the anxiety in his heart and continued to wait. After another 2 hours, the door to the cave suddenly opened. Feng Yin stood up excitedly and looked outside, only to see Xiong Lai walking in alone. Senior apprentice brother Ning? Feng Yin was stunned. Xiong Lai smiled in embarrassment and said, Senior brother Ning might have left the ancient Star Pavilion. I searched the entire inner sect, but he wasn't there. What? Not in the ancient Star System Pavilion? Feng Yin's expression changed slightly. Why don't junior brother Feng ask the core senior brothers for help? Xiong Lai suggested with a smile. Why would those core senior brothers help us? Feng Yin sighed softly. Just when Xiong Lai and the other two were gloating and Feng Yin didn't know what to do, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the door. Who said that senior brother Ning had left the ancient Star System Pavilion? Feng Yin raised his head abruptly. The expressions of Xiong Lai and the other two also changed as they looked coldly outside the cave. The door of the cave was not closed. Feng Litian and Jiao Qianbei walked in side by side and looked at Xiong Lai and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile. So, it's junior brother Feng and junior brother Jiao. Xiong Lai's lips twitched as he squeezed out a smile. Although he entered the sect later than Jiao Qianbei, his cultivation was higher than Jiao Qianbei's, so it was fine for him to call them junior brothers. The two of you said that senior brother Ning is still in the ancient Star System Pavilion? Where is he? Can you take me to see him? Feng Yin hurriedly said, The two of you might be wrong. I have searched the entire inner sect, but I can't find any trace of senior brother Ning. Xiong Lai said, What a joke. Senior brother Ning had been promoted to a core disciple a few years ago. This news has been circulating in our inner sect for a long time, and the three of you don't know about it? Jiao Qianbei scolded. Feng Yin was stunned. He then looked at Xiong Lai and the other two with a pale face. The three of you. What? Senior Brother Ning has been promoted to a core disciple? The three of us really don't know about it. Sigh, it's all our fault for being in closed-door cultivation and not knowing about it in time. In that case, Junior Brother Feng Yin, I will take you to the core sect to find Senior Brother Ning. Xiong Lai was the first to speak. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao also squeezed out a trace of shock. No need. I have already sent a message to Senior Brother Ning. Looking at the time, Senior Brother Ning should be here soon. Feng, Li Tian smiled. When Xiong Lai and the other two heard this, their expressions changed. Fei Luo and Zhang Jingtao stared at Feng Li Tian, wishing they could slap this nosy guy to death. Not long after Feng Li Tian finished speaking, a faint sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Then, a figure dressed in white slowly walked into the cave. Greetings, Senior Brother Ning. Feng Li Tian and Jiao Qianbei quickly stood to the side and bowed. When Xiong Lai and the other two saw this, they were stunned for a few breaths before they finally reacted and lowered their heads in bewilderment. Ning Qi sat on the main seat and looked at Feng Yin. I heard that you were looking for me. Did something happen to Xie? When Feng Yin sensed Ning Qi's heavenly fate realm aura, he suppressed the shock in his heart and excitedly told the whole story. Haha, do you think there's no one in the ancient star pavilion? Ning Qi smiled, and his eyes suddenly fell on Xiong Lai and the other two. The three of you are stalling for time to let Xie die in the Great Song Mountain Range. The three's expressions changed. Zhang Jingtao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear as he subconsciously looked at Xiong Lai. Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, you misunderstood me. We did not delay for any time. As soon as we learned about this matter, we immediately gave Junior Apprentice Brother Feng a healing pill. At the same time, we also searched around the inner sect courtyard. We really did not know that Senior Apprentice Brother Ning had already been promoted to a core position. Junior Brother lacked consideration. Please don't blame me. Xiong Lai cupped his hands. Kneel. Ning Qi said calmly. What? Xiong Lai raised his head and looked at Ning Qi unwillingly. Senior Brother wants me to kneel? I don't know what Junior Brother did wrong. Plop. Before Ning Qi could speak, Zhang Jingtao had already knelt down. Fei Luo sighed in his heart and knelt beside Zhang Jingtao. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Xiong Lai. Bai Shaqiu's body was destroyed by his punch. Senior Brother Xiong Lai, let's feign civility first. Chapter 3544. When Feng Yin saw Xiong Lai and the other two kneeling obediently in front of Ning Qi, he was shocked in his heart. He looked at Ning Qi with a trace of reverence. No wonder Xie had only told him to look for Ning Qi after he had helped him break out of the encirclement. His senior brother, or elders, help could cause inner disciples to be so fearful. This meant that Ning Qi's position amongst the core disciples wasn't too low. Feng Li Tian and Jiao Qianbei's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. Xiong Lai and the other two clearly knew that Feng Yin was looking for Ning Qi, yet they insisted on obstructing him. They couldn't see the current situation clearly and wanted to smash a rock with an egg. In the end, they would only be harming themselves. After a dozen breaths, when Xiong Lai and the other two's foreheads were covered in cold sweat, Ning Qi slowly spoke. Do you know what you've done wrong? Junior Brother knows his mistake. Senior Brother Ning, please forgive me this time for the sake of our past relationship, Zhang Jingtao spoke first. This spineless coward. Xiong Lai's heart was filled with hatred. He made up his mind to never have anything to do with Zhang Jingtao after today. Otherwise, he would be killed by him sooner or later. Ning Qi smiled and did not speak. He looked at Fei Luo and Xiong Lai. Junior Brother knows his mistake. Fei Luo looked at the floor and said softly, Junior Brother knows his mistake. Xiong Lai's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation. However, he had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Fei Luo was right. Ning Chi's current position was like the sun in the sky, and he was extremely powerful. He had just killed a senior core, disciple-like, by Xiaoqiu. Disciples could forcefully resist, but if they continued to be stubborn, they would definitely suffer. Since you know your mistake, kneel outside the door. Ning Chi smiled. Kneel outside the door? The trio's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. After a few breaths' time, they finally reacted. Ning Chi didn't seem to be joking. Senior brother Ning, this is too humiliating for us. Xiong Lai gritted his teeth. Then you can die standing. Ning Chi smiled. Senior brother Xiong Lai, junior brother Fei Luo, I would rather live on my knees than die standing. Zhang Jingtao suddenly said. He stood up and saluted Ning Chi, then walked to the door of the cave and knelt down. This scene shocked the inner sect disciples on the mountain range. They didn't know what was going on, so they all gathered there. Some people even asked Zhang Jingtao directly, but Zhang Jingtao just kept his head down and didn't say a word. Senior brother, I'll go kneel as well, Philo said respectfully. Then he walked to Zhang Jingtao's side and knelt down together with him. Hiss! What happened? Why are Zhang Jingtao and Philo kneeling here? Could it be that they offended an elder? The dozens of inner disciples gathered outside the cave were surprised. They were curious as to which elder had come to this place. Junior brother Zhang, what happened? Who did you offend? An inner disciple asked with a soft voice. Zhang Jingtao still did not speak, while Philo glanced at the inner sect disciple and spoke with an expressionless face. New core disciple, senior apprentice brother Ning. New core disciple, senior apprentice brother Ning? Everyone was slightly stunned, and then a trace of understanding flashed through their eyes. Their gazes towards Zhang Jingtao and Philo had become extremely strange, and there was a trace of pleasure in their misfortune and a trace of admiration in their eyes. Which inner disciple didn't know that Ning Chi had killed a senior core disciple by Xiaoqiu with a punch a few years ago? Some people even called Ning Chi Old Demon Ning in private. They admired Philo and Philo for daring to offend Old Demon Ning and not having their bodies destroyed. Just being punished to kneel was already an extremely good result. Just as they were cursing in their hearts, another figure walked out of the cave and knelt beside Zhang Jingtao and Philo. Senior apprentice brother Xiong Lai. This time, everyone was completely frightened. They felt an inexplicable fear towards Ning Chi's methods. Xiong Lai had already condensed his fate star and a rank 1 ancient star body 500 years after joining the sect. He was already considered a reserve core disciple, and some people guessed that he would only need 2,000 years at most to become a core disciple. From then on, he would only be a head disciple. From then on, he would only be a head disciple and a core disciple. They didn't expect that even someone like Xiong Lai would be punished to kneel. Xiong Lai was expressionless and ignored everyone's gazes. However, from the corner of his eyes that kept trembling, one could tell how angry he was at this moment. After Xiong Lai knelt, Ning Chi led Feng Yin and the other two out of the cave. When the inner disciples outside saw Ning Chi, they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, senior apprentice brother Ning. Everyone's voice was extremely loud, reverberating through the entire mountain range. Rise. Ning Chi smiled and waved his hand, then looked at Feng Yin. Bring me to Tai Tsang mountain range. Senior apprentice brother, just us. Feng Yin was stunned. Lead the way, Ning Chi said indifferently. Seeing this, Feng Yin didn't dare to say anything. Although he was a little afraid of the situation in Tai Tsang mountain range, he could only nod in agreement to prevent himself from ending up like Xiong Lai and the other two. According to his original plan, he only wanted to inform Ning Chi and forget about this matter. Senior apprentice brother Ning, although I'm not strong enough, I can't just stand by and watch when my senior apprentice brother is in trouble. I'll go too, Feng Litian suddenly said. Junior apprentice brother Feng, are you crazy? Tai Tsang mountain range is not the territory of our ancient star pavilion. If we go there with our strength, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. Jiu Qianbei quickly transmitted his voice. You're going too? Then let's go together. Ning Qi looked at Feng Letian and nodded with a faint smile. Seeing this, Jiu Qianbei's face revealed a trace of struggle. In less than 2 breaths, he made a decision. Senior apprentice Brother Ning, I'll go too. I can help as much as I can. Jiu Qianbei said with a determined face. Ning Qi gave a non-committal smile after hearing this, before leaving the inner disciples' mountain range with Feng Yin and the others. After they left, Xiong suddenly raised his head and glared at the direction Ning Qi and the others had left in with a venomous expression. Senior apprentice Brother Xiong, it's best if we kneel here. Once Senior apprentice Brother Ning is done with the Mo Xia, it should be fine. Philo reminded, if you want to kneel, kneel by yourselves. Xiong snorted coldly and left. Zhang Jingtao raised his head and looked at Philo with a trace of inquiry in his eyes. Forget it. If he wants to leave, then let him. Sometimes it's better to suffer a little than to lose your life. Philo shook his head. Junior apprentice, Brother Philo, then we're really going to keep kneeling? If he doesn't come back in a few 100 years, we'll kneel for a few 100 years. Zhang Jingtao said, 100 years. We'll give him 100 years. If he doesn't return to the sect within 100 years, we'll leave. Even if he comes back, we'll have knelt for 100 years, and our anger should have dissipated by then. As for Xiong if we can't find him within this period of time. If he can't find his backer within this period of time, he'll end up the same as by Xiaoqiu. Chapter 35-45. After Ning Qi and the other 3 left the ancient star pavilion, they went to the nearest teleportation array. How long will it take to get to Tai Tsang mountain range? Ning Qi suddenly looked at Feng Yin when they arrived at the teleportation array. Feng Yin was stunned for a moment, then he quickly said, it will take more than 20 years. More than 20 years? Ning Qi was stunned. It had been more than 20 years since Feng Yin broke out of the encirclement. If it took another 20 years, Mo Xia's body would probably be cold by now, right? 20 years. I don't know if senior brother Mo Xia can last that long. Feng Litian frowned. Isn't there a faster route? Ning Qi asked. There is, but that route is extremely expensive. It will cost at least 10 million origin stones per person. Feng Yin smiled bitterly. Although the inner disciples of the ancient star pavilion had more cultivation resources than ordinary cultivators, 10 million origin stones was still a huge sum of money for a Karma realm cultivator. If it was just for traveling, they would not be so extravagant. How much time can it shorten? Ning Qi asked noncommittally. If we take that route, it will only take about 3 years to reach the vicinity of Tai Tsang mountain range. Feng Yin said, lead the way. Ning Qi said, what? Feng Yin was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Feng Litian and Jiu Qianbei, then at Ning Qi. Senior Brother Ning, will the 4 of us still go to Tai Tsang mountain range together? Yes. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Feng Yin was a little shocked. This way, Ning Qi would have to spend at least 40 million origin stones, and it was just for traveling, the kind that could not be exchanged for any cultivation resources. His relationship with Mo Xia is really good. Feng Yin thought to himself. Sometimes, even if it was a master and disciple, they might not be willing to spend 40 million origin stones for nothing to save someone. If Mo Xia couldn't last until now, then the 40 million origin stones would have been wasted for nothing. Next, under Feng Yin's guidance, Ning Qi's group of 4 took extremely expensive routes. Because Feng Yin didn't really walk these routes, he wasn't too familiar with them. They took a few detours and wasted a few months. Every time they used the teleportation array, they could greatly shorten the distance between them and Tai Tsang mountain range. 1 year later. Senior Brother Ning, the transmission array in this ninja clan tribe is the last transmission array that we have to take. It covers a large distance, And once we reach the other end, we only need to fly for about 2 years before we reach the Tai Tsong mountain range. Feng Yin looked at a valley not too far away and immediately heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. After going through so many twists and turns, he had finally arrived at this place. Before this, he had only heard about it from others, but had never actually been here. Ninja Clan? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly as he looked at the valley in front of him. At that moment, 2 cultivators broke through the void. Their entire bodies were wrapped in black cloth, revealing only their eyes. This kind of attire reminded Ning Chi of the ninjas of some country. When the 2 of them saw Ning Chi and the other 3, their figures paused for a moment and they stopped in midair. Their eyes revealed a tinge of scrutiny as they exchanged a few words. Although they weren't speaking the common language of the Shenlua world, their tone was indeed similar to Ning Chi's. It was very similar to a certain country that Ning Chi was familiar with, and he could even hear a few words that he understood a little. "Are you guys here to take the teleportation array?" After the 2 of them exchanged a few words, they suddenly flew in front of Ning Chi and the other 3. One of them looked at Ning Chi and asked calmly. The cultivation of the 2 of them weren't weak and were around the advanced stage of the Karma realm. Ning Chi guessed that the strength of this ninja clan should be rather strong. Otherwise, how could they occupy such a teleportation array? Along the way, the most expensive teleportation array was the one that the 4 of them were going to take. Each person would have to spend 5 million origin stones to take this teleportation array. That's right. Jiu Qianbei was the first to speak. The 2 of them took a glance at Jiu Qianbei before turning their attention back to Ning Chi. This was because they could feel that Ning Chi's aura was stronger than the other 3, and he was definitely the leader of the group. "You can take the teleportation array, but you will have to pay the entrance fee." "Entrance fee?" Feng Yin was stunned for a moment. "Is it the fee for the teleportation array?" "Nope." One of them sounded slightly gloomy. "It's just the fee for entering our tribe. One person will have to pay 1 million origin stones." "What?" Feng Yin's eyes flashed with a trace of shock. "Why have I never heard of such a rule? One person has to pay 1 million origin stones to enter your tribe?" Initially, there wasn't any. However, because you humans don't abide by the rules and often do things in our tribe, you have to pay. Otherwise, you will have to change your path. "You humans? Oh, you aren't humans?" Ning Chi asked curiously. "Baka, how can we be humans? We are the great ninja clan. Don't compare us to you humans." The other party seemed to be infuriated by Ning Chi's words and started cursing. Ning Chi gave them 2 backhand slaps on their faces, and the 2 of them were instantly smashed into powder. The cursing disappeared without a trace. Feng Yin looked at Ning Chi with his mouth agape. Even Feng Litian and Jiu Qianbei were dumbfounded. The ninja clan was one of the stronger clans in the God Lua world. They had over 30 great emperors. Moreover, the techniques of the ninja clan cultivators were strange and unpredictable. Compared to them, the humans were much weaker. But now, Ning Chi was actually at the entrance of one of the ninja clan's tribe. Did he just kill 2 ninja clan cultivators? If they were discovered, the 4 of them would probably be hunted down by the ninja clan cultivators. What are you waiting for? After killing the 2 ninja clan cultivators, Ning Chi continued to fly towards the tribe not far away. Seeing Feng Yin and the other 2 standing there in a daze, he could not help but frown. Seeing this, the 3 of them hurriedly followed him. However, they were using their spiritual will to observe their surroundings. After confirming that no one had seen what happened, they heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Yin had finally witnessed Ning Chi's methods. He killed 2 Karma Realm cultivators just like that. It was no wonder Xiong and the others were scared to death by such swift and decisive methods. After entering the ninja clan tribe, Feng Yin and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. The other ninja clan cultivators they met did not come forward to collect the so-called entrance tickets. Obviously, the two cultivators were robbing them. However, they did not expect that Ning Qi would be so ruthless. They did not expect Ning Qi to be so ruthless and kill them without saying a few words. You guys are going to Tai Tsong mountain range? Arriving at the teleportation array, the few ninja clan cultivators in charge of guarding the teleportation array looked at each other after knowing that Ning Qi and the others were going to Tai Tsong mountain range. For people. How many origin stones? Ning Qi smiled. Chapter 3546. After Ning Qi handed over 20 million origin stones, he brought the three of them into the teleportation formation. Only after they completely disappeared did a ninja clan cultivator look at the cultivator who offered 5 million origin stones per person with a puzzled expression. Why didn't you kill them? Pen, these humans are cowardly. They will definitely give it to us. This person gives me a very bad feeling. The ninja cultivator shook his head with a solemn expression. Did your sixth divine ability sense something? The expressions of the rest of the ninja clan cultivators changed slightly. They knew that he had cultivated the sixth divine ability, which granted him the ability to sense many things. It's hard to say, so forget it. The ninja clan cultivator shook his head. As soon as he finished speaking, a few figures appeared in front of him. Their auras were all at the rebirth state. Greetings, Lord Ninja. When the ninja race cultivators guarding the teleportation formation saw these rebirth realm cultivators, they bowed respectfully and did not overstep their boundaries. Just now, my youngest son died outside the tribe. Have you seen any unfamiliar faces coming to take the teleportation formation? One of the rebirth state experts said coldly, similar to the ninja clan cultivators in front of them. They were all wrapped in black, revealing only a pair of eyes. However, there were golden patterns on the black robes, as if they were ancient and mysterious runes. This was the battle robe worn by the ninja clan's earthly ninja. In order to obtain the title of earthly ninja, one must be a rebirth realm expert and have enough battle achievements. It could be said that the earthly ninja was the ultimate achievement that most ninja clan cultivators wanted to achieve. As for the heavenly ninja that was above the earthly ninja clan, it was something that the geniuses of the ninja clan fought for. My goal. What? Someone actually dares to kill the son of an earth-enduring lord outside the tribe? The group of ninja clan cultivators guarding the teleportation formation looked at each other, and a look of shock appeared in their eyes. Then the leader quickly said, Just now, for human cultivators entered the teleportation formation. Lord, could it be them? A human cultivator? Are there no other alien races? The Earth Ninja said with a frown. The other two Earthen Ninjas looked at each other, and one of them said lightly, With the temperament of the human cultivators, they would never dare to openly kill our ninja cultivators outside the tribe. Haven't you seen some strange people with strange tempers? A strange race with a strange temper. After a few breaths of silence, a ninja cultivator suddenly exclaimed, Giant God Clan! 3 cultivators from the Giant God Clan passed by just now, but they left after asking about the price of the transmission array. Giant God Race! The several earthen ninjas exchanged glances. After asking in which direction the 3 Giant God Clan cultivators had gone, their figures suddenly disappeared. Mount Tai Tsong. The terrain was steep, and there were many star demons of different cultivation levels here. The stronger ones were comparable to rebirth realm cultivators, while the weaker ones were at least at the perfected Tao querying realm. Therefore, this place had become the best training ground for the disciples of the nearby large sections. The cultivators who could come here to train had to have extremely high cultivation. Most of the middle and later stages of the Tao querying realm would not step into the Tai Tsong mountain range unless it was absolutely necessary. However, in the past few decades, The Taitsong mountain range had become dozens of times more lively than before. Forget mid and late stage Dao querying cultivators. Even early stage Dao querying cultivators could be seen everywhere. However, they didn't go deep into the Taitsong mountain range, but stayed at the edge. These cultivators all wore different clothes and came from different sections. In the past, there would have been some friction. After all, there were many enemies between the sects near the Taitsong mountain range. However, in the past few decades, these cultivators had a tacit understanding and didn't fight in private. Even if they saw enemies, they would just threaten each other and let it go. There is news that the cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion has been forced into a corner by the senior brother of the Taitsong Dragon sect. He is about to break out from here. We should prepare to watch a big battle. A peak Dao querying realm cultivator flew out from the Taitsong mountain range. As he flew, he sent out a message. After the cultivators at the edge heard this, their eyes lit up. In the past few decades, they had rushed here from their sects just to witness this scene. A few decades ago, the cultivators near the Taitsong mountain range all heard a piece of news. It was said that 2 cultivators from the ancient Star Pavilion were extremely arrogant. They came to the Taitsong mountain range, led by the Taitsong Dragon sect, killed several cultivators from third-rate sects, and stole a few burning karma fruits from them. Once this news got out, it would be disastrous. First, the geniuses of the second-rate sects attacked the 2 of them. Part of the reason was because of the burning karma fruits in their hands, but the other reason was that the 2 of them came from the ancient Star Pavilion, which was as famous as the Taitsong Dragon sect. If they could defeat them, not only would they obtain the burning karma fruits, but they would also become famous in the Taitsong mountain range. However, after several years of hunting, the geniuses of the second-rate sects all failed and were killed one by one in the Taitsong mountain range. The news spread to the Taitsong Dragon sect. Not long after, a cultivator from the Taitsong Dragon sect arrived at the Taitsong mountain range. Along with him were more than 100 geniuses from first-rate sects. The sects these geniuses relied on were second only to the Taitsong Dragon sect. Each one of them was very famous in the Taitsong Dragon sect. With the cultivator from the Taitsong Dragon sect as the leader, they planned a hunt. Only they could participate in this operation. The other second-rate and third-rate forces could only choose to leave or wait outside to see the result. Cultivators from the ancient Star Pavilion, instead of staying in their own territory, they came here to behave atrociously. I heard that one of the 2 has died. A cultivator from the Celestial Palace looked into the depths of the Taitsong mountain range and mocked. Your information isn't accurate. I heard that the other cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion is very strong. Even the senior brother from the Taitsong Dragon sect couldn't take him down in a short period of time. With his help, the other person has already broken through and is probably heading back to the ancient Star Pavilion to move. Reinforcements have gone. Someone shook his head. Move reinforcements. There was a flash of mockery in the eyes of an early-stage Karma Realm cultivator. The strength of the Taitsong Dragon sect is similar to the ancient Star Pavilion. Even if they knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't be willing to come all the way here just for a Karma Realm cultivator. Even if there really is a Karma Realm cultivator, there will be a senior from the Taitsong Dragon sect to suppress them. What this senior brother said is extremely true. The nearby cultivators all nodded in agreement. It wasn't like similar situations hadn't happened before. In the end, it was the same as everyone guessed. Unless it was a cultivator at the Rebirth Realm, even the top sects wouldn't be willing to give up on such a cultivator. However, if it was a cultivator at the Rebirth Realm, the Taitsong Dragon sect wouldn't easily make the decision to hunt them down. They're coming. Someone is flying over. Chapter 3547. Trash, you have been running for so many years. Do you still want to keep running? Do you dare to fight me? Among the hundreds of people chasing Emosia was a one-eyed cultivator. He looked at Emo Sia with resentment. The wound on his eye wasn't an old one, but a new one. You are just a loser. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Emo Sia said without turning his head. When the one-eyed cultivator heard this, he became furious. Not only him, but most of the cultivators here revealed expressions of shame and annoyance. There were so many of them hunting a cultivator of the same cultivation realm, but they still couldn't take him down after more than 20 years. Although this was related to the fact that the genius from the Great Blue Dragon sect hadn't made a move. Didn't this prove that the gap between them and the geniuses from the top sects was huge? So this is a cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion. He is really ugly. The cultivators on the edge looked at Emo Sia and were shocked by the black scar on his face. Their eyes were no longer as calm as before. Although they often ridiculed Emo Sia behind his back, they still couldn't help but shudder in fear when they actually saw him. After all, this was a genius from a top sect, and many famous geniuses in the Great Firmament domain had died in his hands. This showed his strength. Aside from Emo Sia, there was another figure that attracted 99% of the gazes of the thousands of cultivators here. Among the 100 people behind Emo Sia, there was one person flying the furthest, but he was the calmest. He had his hands behind his back and was standing on a flying sword. However, his speed was still the same as Emo Sia's. This person was the initiator of this hunt, the #1 genius in the inner sect of the Great Blue Dragon sect. Great Dragon Lu Feng. He was known as the strongest Karma Realm cultivator in the Great Blue Land. He had once fought against 3 early-stage Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators and was able to escape unscathed. Even in the Great Blue Dragon sect, no one questioned his status in the inner sect. Many experts thought highly of him and said that he had a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. The immortal realm was 1 level higher than the undead realm. This was enough to show how strong Great Dragon Lu Feng's talent was. The head disciple of the Ming Xian sect actually lost an eye to this person. That's not all. Look at the others, they aren't any better either. Everyone looked over and found that it was indeed so. In the group of people chasing Emo Sia, aside from Great Dragon Lu Feng, everyone else more or less had some injuries on their bodies. It could be seen that they had all fought with Emo Sia before and ultimately failed to suppress her. All right, you don't have to walk anymore. No matter what, you won't be able to walk out of Mount Taicang. Great Dragon Lu Feng's body suddenly moved, and the flying sword under his feet blossomed with a dazzling golden light. His entire being instantly appeared in front of Emo Sia, blocking her path. What's wrong? You finally can't help but want to make a move? Emo Sia looked at the enormous dragon Lu Feng with slight ridicule. That's true. If you didn't make a move, how could the group of trash you brought stop my footsteps? Arrogant. Trash, if you didn't keep running, I could kill you by myself. Damn it, I must kill you with my own hands. These geniuses from the various first-rate factions of the Great Firmament Land domain were instantly enraged by Emo Sia's words. Their eyes burned with rage. If it weren't for the fact that Great Dragon Lu Feng hadn't said anything, some of them would have already suppressed Emo Sia. Don't be impatient. Great Dragon Lu Feng calmly looked at everyone. When these geniuses heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. No matter what, just because they dared to hunt Emo Sia didn't mean they dared to offend Great Dragon Lu Feng. You're indeed very strong. With your strength, even in the Great Firmament Dragon sect, there are less than 5 inner sect disciples that can beat you. Great Dragon Lu Feng looked at Emo Sia and said calmly, "This person is this strong?" Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Great Dragon Lu Feng to give Emo Sia such a high valuation. Didn't this mean that even in the Great Firmament Dragon sect, Emo Sia would be among the top 6 inner sect disciples? Sure enough, the ancient Star Pavilion is worthy of its reputation and strength. His position in the ancient Star Pavilion shouldn't be weak either. Everyone thought to themselves. Less than 5? Emosia smiled. So, your great firmament dragon sect is a level stronger than the ancient star pavilion? You mean you're the strongest in the inner sect of the ancient star system pavilion? Great dragon Lu Feng's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. I'm not the strongest, but there should only be one person stronger than me. Emosia smiled. Hee, I really hope it's not you here today, but him. I really want to see how strong the strongest inner sect disciple of the ancient star pavilion is. Great dragon Lu Feng smiled. Maybe you'll see it. Emosia smiled. Maybe, but I know you won't be able to see it. Great dragon Lu Feng chuckled. He suddenly retreated a few hundred feet and said, I'll give you one more chance. Suppress this person within 1 hour. Yes. Over 100 geniuses from various first-rate forces were filled with excitement. They all used their own methods to attack Emosia, the person they hated the most in their lives, especially the one-eyed man. He rushed to the front with a ferocious expression. He waved a mace that emitted the aura of a rank 4 connate spirit treasure and attacked Emosia. Trash! I'm going to turn you into powder today. Sia's expression became cold, but even though he was surrounded by over 100 geniuses, he didn't panic. Instead, he calmly used various methods to deal with the attacks. At this moment, the geniuses that were waiting to watch the show finally understood how big the gap between them and Emosia was. There were also some geniuses at the peak of the Karma realm. Because they came from second-rate sects, they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the hunt and could only watch. They were originally a bit unwilling, but now they realized that they could easily crush Emosia. Even with their own existence, they couldn't gain the upper hand against Emosia in a short period of time. Only now did they understand what it meant to be a genius from a top sect. As time passed, more and more injuries appeared on Emosia's body. When the geniuses besieging him saw this, their smiles became even wider and their methods became even more ruthless. Let's stop. Great dragon Lu Feng suddenly spoke. Everyone was startled, and the battle suddenly stopped. They looked at Great Dragon Lu Feng in confusion. 2 hours have passed. How shameful! Great Dragon Lu Feng shook his head. Under the embarrassed gazes of the hundreds of geniuses, he gently pointed at Emosia. A flying sword instantly condensed in the air and pierced through Emosia's chest. Emosia spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight to the ground. He held his chest with one hand and looked at Great Dragon Lu Feng. He forced a smile and said, You do have some skills. His rank 1 ancient star body had saved him many times over the past few decades. Ordinary cultivators at the same level would find it difficult to break through his defense. But now, the other party had broken through his body with just a gentle point. The other party was indeed stronger than he had imagined. There were many. Any last words? A karma star slowly appeared between Great Dragon Lu Feng's eyebrows. He looked at Emosia indifferently. His goal was obvious. He obviously wanted to devour Emosia's karma and let him die completely. Even with the immortal palace, he couldn't be revived. I'll wait for you below. Emosia smiled. Are you done? Then let's go. Great Dragon Lu Feng smiled. You guys are bullying me with numbers. Is this how the Great Blue Dragon sect does things? Suddenly, a voice came from behind everyone. Then, 4 figures arrived at the center of the battle and landed beside Emosia. I'm not late, right? Ningqi glanced at the injury on Emosia's chest and smiled. Chapter 3548. Feng Yin saw that although Emosia's injuries were a bit serious, his life wasn't in danger, so he felt relieved. Emosia hadn't risked his life to help him break out of the encirclement. However, the current situation was a bit. Lu Feng looked at the hundreds of geniuses from the various first-rate forces, and there was a flash of fear in his eyes. Every single one of these geniuses was at the great circle of the Karma realm. Aside from them, there were also many cultivators from the great firmament realm at the edge of the mountain range. There was no lack of Karma Realm cultivators among them, and there was an endless stream of cultivators rushing over. Although they hadn't made a move yet, they were still a deterrent force. Jiu Qianbei had the same thought as Feng Yin, but he didn't show it. He tried to calm himself down. He could only hope that Ning Qi could calm the situation and take them away safely. Heaven's Mandate Realm. Lu Feng looked at Ning Qi and narrowed his eyes. The other cultivators could also feel the Heaven's Mandate aura from Ning Qi. Their expressions changed, and they were a bit surprised. They didn't expect the ancient star system pavilion to really send someone to save Xia, but a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator wanted to save someone from the Great Blue Mountain Range? They were underestimating them too much. Not to mention the Great Blue Dragon sect. Even the sects closest to the Great Blue Mountain Range could send a reincarnation realm cultivator to easily suppress the Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators. Right now, there was no Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator here because they knew that this hunt was to train the geniuses of the various sections. However, just because they weren't here didn't mean they weren't paying attention. Earth, didn't you want to see the strongest inner sect disciple of the ancient star system pavilion? It's him. After a few breaths, Xia seemed to catch his breath. He struggled to stand up with his injured body and smiled at Lu Feng. The strongest inner sect disciple of the ancient star system pavilion? Great Dragon Lu Feng's expression changed slightly as he looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. However, that was all. The geniuses of the first-rate forces and the cultivators of the second-rate and third-rate forces all looked at Ning Qi with a hint of dread in their eyes. The number one inner sect disciple of the ancient star system pavilion. This kind of identity was comparable to a dragon or a willow. And if such a being were to reach the fate state, its combat strength would be far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. Even Feng Yin couldn't help but look at Xia. He muttered in his heart, "How come I haven't heard of this in the ancient star system pavilion?" However, Ning Qi was now a fate state cultivator and a true disciple. There was no point in dwelling on this matter. He's already a fate state cultivator. I don't think he's an inner disciple. Xualong Lu Feng said lightly. Xia was slightly startled and looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Then he revealed a bitter smile. "Brother Ning, your advancement speed is indeed monstrous." When he was in the celestial world, he had already witnessed it. Previously, when he met Ning Qi in the divine Luo world, their cultivations were almost the same. He didn't expect that in just a few hundred years, Ning Qi's cultivation had pulled ahead of him by a huge margin. If Great Dragon Lu Feng had not spoken up, he would not have realized that Ning Qi's cultivation had already reached such a level. Don't think too much. Sit down and heal first. Leave the matters here to me. Ning Qi smiled at Xia. Xia nodded and sat down cross-legged. In just a few breaths, he had entered a meditative state. Feng Yin and company quickly stood around Xia to protect him. "I'm Great Dragon Lu Feng of the ancient Blue Dragon sect. How should I address you?" Great Dragon Lu Feng looked at Ning Qi and asked, "Ancient Star System, Pavilions, Ning Qi." Ning Qi smiled. "I know a few inner disciples of the Ancient Star System Pavilion. How come I've never heard of your name?" Great Dragon Lu Feng frowned. "Because I've only been in the Ancient Star System Pavilion for a bit more than 500 years. Ning Qi smiled. More than 500 years? Everyone's expressions changed once more. More than 500 years was really nothing for a cultivator. Could it be that when he joined the Ancient Star System Pavilion, he already had this kind of cultivation? So it's an apprenticeship. Great Dragon Lu Feng let out a faint smile, and the seriousness in his eyes weakened a bit. Becoming a disciple with skills and being completely trained by the Ancient Star System Pavilion were two different concepts. The latter was the most terrifying. "Those who attacked Xia, raise your hands. Let me see how many people there are." Ning Qi smiled. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they looked at each other. Then not only did the 100 or so geniuses from the first-rate forces raise their hands, even the cultivators who were watching from the sidelines raised their hands and looked at Ning Chi mockingly. He estimated that there were about 7,000 to 8,000 of them. "Brother Ning, there are so many cultivators. What do you plan to do?" Great Dragon Lu Feng looked at Ning Chi with a smile that wasn't a smile. "What to do? Don't you guys want to train? Then I'll give you guys a chance to train." The corner of Ning Chi's mouth curled up. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Chi took out the demon refining gourd. Black smoke came out like a black dragon and swept the surroundings. All the cultivators were sucked into the demon refining gourd before they could react. The edge was originally filled with people, but now it was empty. But now there was no one there. Only Xualong, Lu Feng, and the hundreds of geniuses were looking at Ning Chi in shock. Demon Clan, Demon Refining. Before Great Dragon Lu Feng could finish speaking, the black dragon swept him and he was sucked into the demon refining gourd without any resistance, along with the other geniuses from first-rate forces. At this point, there was no cultivator around Ning Chi's group of 5, but there were still some black spots in the sky. They were cultivators nearby who had heard the news and rushed over to watch the show. Feng Yin and Jiu Qianbei stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. So many Karma Realm cultivators were all suppressed at once, and there were cultivators from the Great Blue Dragon sect among them. Although there was a huge difference in power between the Karma State and the Heaven's Mandate State, Karma State cultivators were still at the 4th step like the Heaven's Mandate State cultivators. With hundreds of Karma State cultivators working together, they should be able to resist Ning Chi for an hour. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of Karma Realm cultivators and thousands of Tao querying cultivators had been suppressed. What kind of spiritual treasure was that black gourd? Alchemy? Could it be a treasure similar to a pill cauldron? A thought flashed through Feng Litian's mind as he guessed inwardly. Chapter 3549. Why does he have the same demon purification gourd as eldest senior brother? Jiu Qianbei was shocked. He couldn't tell the difference between Ning Chi's demon purification gourd and Jiang Tianshu's demon purification gourd. In fact, Ning Chi's demon purification gourd was much weaker, only equivalent to a 6th rank Khanate spirit treasure. At this moment, when the cultivators who had heard the news discovered that only Ning Chi's group of 5 were present, a trace of bewilderment and uncertainty appeared in their eyes. They didn't know what had happened here, and at the same time, their gazes towards Ning Chi's group of 5 carried a trace of solemnity and fear. They could tell that Ning Chi's group was wearing the clothes of cultivators from the ancient star pavilion. "Let's go." Ning Chi smiled. Mo Xia slowly opened his eyes. He had recovered a bit in the time it took to drink half a cup of tea. Although the wound on his chest hadn't healed, it wasn't much of a problem for him to move. The 5 of them ignored the cultivators and flew out of the Great Song mountain range. During this time, none of the cultivators dared to stop them. They had already noticed that something was wrong. An hour later, the 5 of them had completely flown out of the Great Song mountain range. However, a black that was flying toward them at an extremely fast speed with a powerful aura. "You guys go from the side," Ning Chi said indifferently. "Senior brother Ning, what about you?" Feng Litian was slightly startled. "I won't die." Ning Chi smiled. "We'll only be a burden to you if we stay here, so be careful." Mo Xia nodded at Ning Chi with a serious expression. The 4 of them didn't hesitate and flew around. "You want to leave?" The other party let out a roar, and a powerful aura swept toward Mo Xia's group of 4. "Your opponent is here." Ning Chi smiled and slapped out with his palm. Dozens of silver dragons condensed in his palm, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws to block the opponent's aura. The 2 forces collided, stirring up an extremely terrifying shockwave that swept in all directions. Mo Xie and the others' body was even hindered by the aftermath. But he still managed to escape from the Tai Tsong mountain range smoothly and gradually went further away. In the distance, the cultivators who had secretly followed them quickly stopped as if a strong wind had swept past them. Their hair was a mess, and they looked forward in horror, not daring to take another step. He's only at the Fate state, but he's quite strong. The newcomer was a middle-aged cultivator. His hair was black and white and draped neatly over his shoulders. He exuded the aura of a rebirth state cultivator. He retracted his gaze from Mo Xie and the other 3 fleeing figures and looked at Ning Qi. "You're a true disciple of the great firmament dragon sect?" Ning Qi smiled. In the middle-aged cultivator's black and white hair, there were 2 dragon horns that were faintly discernible. The aura on his body was similar to that of the huge dragon, Lu Feng. Basically, it could be confirmed that the other party was a dragon clan cultivator from the Great Blue Dragon sect. "That's right, my name is Shua Longyan. Just now, I received a distress message from my 3rd brother. Where is he now? If you let him go, I can let you leave safely." Shua Longyan coldly looked at Ning Qi and said, "Shua Longyan." More and more cultivators flew out from the Great Blue Mountain Range. When they heard those 3 words, their expressions suddenly changed. The huge dragon, Lu Feng, was known as the strongest karma in the Great Blue Land, and Shua Longyan's reputation was not any weaker than his. He was known as the strongest Tianming in the Great Blue Land. Many geniuses of the same generation were defeated by him. His name had already spread throughout the Great Blue Land. I didn't expect Shua Longyan to have also broken through to the rebirth state and become a core disciple. The huge dragon bloodline is indeed terrifying. It's hard to imagine how powerful the ancestors behind the Great Long family must be. From what he said, the huge dragon, Lu Feng, and the others were indeed defeated by this person. But why didn't he leave any traces? Even if he's at the Fate state, it's impossible for him to suppress thousands of cultivators in an instant, not to mention an existence like the huge dragon, Lu Feng. Everyone's faces were filled with uncertainty as they looked at Ning Qi with some fear. However, they felt that there was no longer any suspense in the current situation. No matter how strong the Tianming was, how could he be a match for a rebirth state cultivator? The higher the rank, the greater the gap between them. This was a principle that all cultivators understood. "The huge dragon, Lu Feng, is your 3rd brother?" Ning Qi smiled. He might already be dead. He had personally experienced the power of the demon refining gourd. Even with his current physical body, he couldn't stay inside for long. Although the huge dragon, Lu Feng, was born with an extremely strong physical body as a member of the dragon clan, being able to stay inside for 10 minutes was already extremely impressive. Not to mention that 2 hours had already passed. Those cultivators had probably already been refined into blood pills to replenish their essence. "If he dies, you won't be able to live either." Shua Longyan's eyes flashed. The blood energy in his body surged. At that moment, he was like a burning sun. Every step he took in the void would leave a footprint. That was a sign that the void was about to shatter. In a few breaths, Shua Longyan was already less than 10 feet away from Ning Qi. A terrifying aura burned Ning Qi. But Ning Qi still had a calm smile on his face, as if he wasn't affected by the aura that Shua Longyan emitted. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over my 3rd brother." Shua Longyan said coldly, "Or else." Ning Qi smiled. "Or else you'll die." Infuriated by Ning Qi's attitude, Shua Longyan lost all his patience and threw a punch at Ning Qi. This punch was much more powerful than many fancy spells. It completely took advantage of the extremely strong physical body of the Dragon Clan. Although it was 100 feet away from Ning Qi, the wind of the punch arrived in an instant. At the same time, wherever the wind of the punch passed, the void shattered inch by inch. "You want to compete in physical strength with me?" The corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose. He also threw a punch, and Shua Longyan's punch was instantly shattered. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they revealed looks of disbelief. One was at the reincarnation realm and the other was at the heavens mandate realm, yet they were evenly matched after exchanging one move. Ancient star body! Shua Longyan's expression became ugly. He didn't expect Ning Qi to be no weaker than him. No wonder Ning Qi could suppress his third brother so quickly. To be able to exchange a punch with your cultivation level, your ancient star body must have reached the 7th rank, right? Shua Longyan said coldly, more or less. Ning Qi smiled. Good, then let's see if your ancient star body is stronger or if my dragon clan's body is stronger. A hint of battle intent appeared in Shua Longyan's eyes. At this moment, he wasn't just doing this for Shua Longyan and Lu Feng. Only by using his body to suppress Ning Qi would he be able to tell others that the body of the Dragon Clan wasn't any weaker than the body, refining method of the ancient Star Pavilion. Next, the surrounding cultivators saw a battle of physical strength. Just simple punches and kicks created shockwaves that could kill an ordinary third-step cultivator. A body-refining cultivator is this strong. Chapter 3550. The more Shua Longyan fought, the more shocked he became. He found that Ning Qi's body was slightly stronger than his. It must be said that the other party was only a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator. Yet he could refine his body to such a degree. Such talent was truly terrifying. I can't let this child leave this place alive. He will inevitably become a great enemy in the future. Shua Longyan made up his mind to make Ning Qi stay here. He was not too worried about Ning Qi escaping. Not to mention that this was the territory of the great Blue Dragon sect. Even the strength that Ning Qi had displayed was only equivalent to an ordinary initial stage, rebirth stage. As long as he used his true strength, he could easily suppress Thiza kind of existence. Thinking about this, Shua Longyan suddenly let out a sneer after his palm met with Ning Qi's. The ancient star body is indeed outstanding. It can refine the weak bodies of your human clan to the same level as my dragon clan. However, the power of the reincarnation realm is not enough. However, the power of the rebirth realm is not something a mere Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator, like you can imagine. A special aura was emitted from Shua Longyan's body. This aura was the reincarnation force that only a rebirth realm cultivator could possess. When the same spell was activated with the power of samsara, its power would multiply. In addition, the nature of the power of samsara was naturally superior to the power of karma. No matter how strong the power of karma was, it was like a piece of white paper in front of the power of samsara. It could be torn apart with a single poke. The surrounding cultivators felt that Shua Longyan was going to use his full strength to suppress Ning Qi, and their eyes suddenly revealed a look of anticipation. Just now, the two of them had been fighting for a full hour, and it was hard to separate them. This had already caused a trace of worry in their hearts. If Shua Longyan couldn't suppress Ning Qi, others would think that the cultivators of the great Blue Dragon sect were useless. I indeed can't imagine the power of the rebirth realm, but the corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose, revealing a strange smile. At the same time, you also can imagine how powerful the physical body will be once it reaches a certain level. What? 9 inner hidden gates. First gate, open. Ning Qi's aura instantly doubled. Shua Longyan was instantly dumbfounded. His opponent's physical strength was already almost the same as his, but now it had actually increased by 2 times? What kind of technique was this? 9 inner hidden gates. Second gate, open. Not waiting for Shua Longyan to react, the aura around Ning Qi's body doubled in an instant. In less than a breath's time, Ning Qi's physical strength continued to skyrocket. In an instant, it brought great pressure to Shua Longyan. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not a Heavenly's Mandate stage cultivator, but a rebirth stage cultivator who was strong enough to crush him. Who the hell are you? Shua Longyan looked incredulously at Ning Qi. His current aura and Ning Qi's were completely reversed. He was like an ant, while Ning Qi was like an elephant. After opening the 9 inner hidden gates, Ning Qi's physical strength had increased by 512 times, and his basic physical strength was already equivalent to that of a rebirth initial stage expert. This was not a simple mathematical problem. The strength that Ning Qi could display was far stronger than the combined strength of 512 rebirth state experts. Who am I? Didn't I tell you? He's a core disciple of the ancient star pavilion, Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. You're definitely not a core disciple. Which palace master's direct disciple of the ancient star pavilion's 7 major star palaces? No, even their direct disciples don't have methods like yours. Even the chief disciples of the 7 major star palaces, who haven't reached the 5th step, don't have methods like yours. You are the direct disciple of the great star emperor? Shua Longyan's expression became a little ugly. In the divine Luo realm, there was a type of genius that ordinary cultivators couldn't provoke. These geniuses were disciples of the great emperors and were known as the disciples of the great emperors. Those who were favored by the great emperors were all monstrous geniuses, 1 in 10 million. Even a genius like Shua Longyan, who was once known as the #1 heavenly's mandate in the great firmament land, wasn't arrogant enough to compare himself to the disciples of the great emperors. He knew that there was still a gap between him and such existences. As for how big the gap was, he had no way of knowing. After all, the disciples of the great emperors rarely appeared in the world with their true identities. They would usually disguise themselves to avoid being targeted by other great emperors. Shua Longyan knew that there was still a gap between him and such existences. Ning Qi looked at Shua Longyan indifferently, no longer paying attention to his speculation. His figure moved like lightning, appearing in front of Shua Longyan and punching him in the head. His current speed was countless times faster than before, so fast that Shua Longyan couldn't react in time. Ning Qi's fist turned into a palm and landed on Shua Longyan's head. Shua Longyan only felt his vision go black, and he didn't know anything else. Shua Longyan, who was once known as the #1 heavenly's mandate state in the great firmament land and was now a direct disciple of the great firmament dragon sect, was knocked out by Ning Qi's palm and casually held in his hand. When the surrounding great firmament cultivators saw this scene, their faces turned extremely pale. They looked at Ning Qi in fear. Some of the more cowardly cultivators even began to tremble. Ning Qi casually took out the demon refining gourd and threw Shua Longyan into it. As a rebirth stage expert, he definitely couldn't be killed and wasted so easily. Using the demon refining gourd to refine him, Shua Longyan, and Lu Feng into pills was the most environmentally friendly method. After doing all of this, Ning Qi's gaze swept the area. All the cultivators that met his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads. There were at least 10,000 cultivators present, but none of them dared to look at Ning Qi. These cultivators only heard chuckle. When they looked up again, Ning Qi had already disappeared. Someone, quickly go inform the seniors of the great firmament dragon sect. After pondering for a while, a cultivator spoke. The hunting operation organized by Shua Longyan and Lu Feng had completely failed. The cultivators of the great firmament land had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by someone. They had lost all their face. After Ning Qi left the great firmament mountain range, he immediately flew toward the transfer array. He knew that there was going to be an extremely dangerous chase. After the great firmament dragon sect found out about this, it was very likely that they would send 5th step cultivators to kill him. Now that the system couldn't use it, he couldn't use the top cultivation training ground to avoid the limelight. He could only try his best to return to the ancient star pavilion's territory as fast as possible. Once he got there, it wouldn't be so easy for the great firmament dragon sect to act presumptuously. At the same time, it was a miserable scene inside the demon purification pot. Lu Feng, who Ning Qi thought had been melted, was still alive and struggling to resist the attacks of thousands of fire crows on him and the other cultivators with a defensive connate spiritual treasure. However, this treasure was not as powerful as before. Chapter 3551. Don't worry, I've already sent a message to my big brother. He'll be here soon. Lu Feng said in a low voice. Don't hide any defensive methods. Take them out immediately to defend against these fire crows, or we'll all die. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Lu Feng's big brother, Shua Longyan, was once known as the #1 destiny of the great firmament land. Some time ago, he had made a trip to the reincarnation state and was promoted to a true disciple of the great firmament dragon sect. His strength was terrifying. If he could arrive in time, everyone would have a high chance of escaping. However, just as Lu Feng finished speaking, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The surrounding fire crows immediately pounced at the figure. Big brother. The mighty dragon Lu Feng sucked in a breath of cold air, a look of disbelief on his face. That figure was his big brother, Shua Longyan. Senior brother Lu Feng, what did you say? This is your big brother, Shua Longyan? The one-eyed cultivator stared at Lu Feng, dumbfounded. There were several proud sons of heaven from top sects that seemed to have seen Shua Longyan before. But as they stared at him for several breaths of time, despair filled their faces. It really is Shua Longyan. He actually lost. At this moment, everyone looked at Lu Feng with a strange expression. At the same time, they felt despair at their current situation. Even a rebirth state cultivator had been defeated. Even a fifth-step cultivator might not be able to save them before they were refined alive by these fire crows. After being refined by the fire crows for a few breaths, Shua Longyan immediately woke up from his unconscious state. He let out a roar and used a method to defend against the surrounding fire crows. However, these fire crows were extremely powerful. Although they could not pose a threat to Shua Longyan in a short period of time, Shua Longyan would definitely be refined over time. Third brother, you're not dead yet? Shua Longyan quickly sensed the presence of Lu Feng and the others. Big brother, why are you here? Great Dragon Lu Feng said with an ugly expression. Shua Longyan's expression changed, and he did not speak. From the surrounding scene, he could tell that he was knocked unconscious and thrown into some connate spiritual treasure. The other party intended to refine him alive. It's over. We're dead this time. Lu Feng, if it weren't for you, we would not have fallen to this state. One-Eyed Dragon said with a look of despair. His words immediately resonated with many people. If you had suppressed that cultivator from the ancient star system pavilion earlier, instead of pretending to be profound, we would have already returned to our sections. How could we have been suppressed by that cultivator from the ancient star system pavilion? Not bad. It's all your fault. Enough. It's useless to say anything now. This place might not be able to truly kill us. Even if our physical bodies die, you can still reform your physical bodies in your respective immortal palaces. At most, your strength will drop a little. Great Dragon Lu Feng said coldly, Third brother, I'm afraid you're wrong. I already know where this place is. Suddenly, Shua Longyan's voice sounded. Everyone was slightly startled and hurriedly looked towards Shua Longyan. Shua Longyan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Big brother, what is this place? Don't tell me it can suppress our primordial spirits hidden in the immortal palace? Great Dragon Lu Feng frowned. If I'm not wrong, we are inside the demon refining gourd. This is a very famous connate spirit treasure of the demon clan. These fire crows are formed from the reincarnation fire found in the reincarnation cycle. The demon clan uses them to refine their bodies and also use them to refine their enemies. Refine the enemy and turn them into a kind of elixir that can replenish profound chi. The effect is related to the rank of the refined object. Shua Longyan's voice was already trembling. Just then, he suddenly found that the power of his body seemed to have increased. He immediately knew where he was. Even if it can refine our bodies, it can affect our primordial spirits hidden in the immortal palaces, right? Great Dragon Lu Feng's expression gradually became ugly. He was able to be so calm because he felt like he wouldn't die completely and could be reborn in the immortal palaces. However, Shua Longyen's words made him feel a sense of foreboding. Third brother, haven't you read the sex records? Even if a fifth-step cultivator is burned to death by the reincarnation fire, he will completely dissipate and enter reincarnation. The immortal palace can't protect that primordial spirit at all. It will also be pulled into the reincarnation cycle, Shua Longyen said sternly. Hearing this, everyone felt like they were struck by lightning. Great Dragon Lu Feng's expression gradually became savage and manic. Then what should we do? Let's wait. As long as someone saves us in time, we still have a chance of survival, Shua Longyen said with a dark expression. Following that, Shua Long, Lu Feng, and the others felt that every second was unbearable. Time ticked by, and a few days later, the primordial spirit treasure that had helped them fend off the fire crows cracked and shattered. The next moment, the Tao querying cultivators were instantly killed and refined by the fire crows. Only the Karma Realm cultivators from the top factions could resist for a dozen breaths of time. However, they were also refined after a dozen breaths of time, dying in their own wails. The scene was extremely tragic. In the blink of an eye, thousands of cultivators were dead. Only Great Dragon Lu Feng revealed his dragon true form that was more than 10 miles long and could still resist the attack of the fire crows. Big brother, save me. Great Dragon Lu Feng flew toward Shua Longyen with a pained expression. Don't come over. If you can help me take some of the fire crows, I still have a chance to leave this place and take revenge for you. If you come over, we're all finished. Shua Longyen immediately shouted. Great Dragon Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Then he suddenly let out a roar. Then let's die together! He rushed toward Shua Longyen without a care. At the same time, he brought along a large group of fire crows. Seeing this, Shua Longyen wanted to kill Great Dragon Lu Feng on the spot. When the two groups of fire crows gathered together, their power increased exponentially. Great Dragon Lu Feng struggled for a dozen breaths of time before he was completely refined. Then, all the fire crows began to attack Shua Longyen with all their might. Shua Longyen instantly roared in anger, revealing his powerful fire crows. Chapter 3552. Ning Qi, who was on his way, suddenly had a thought. The next moment, he took out the demon refining gourd and poured out a blood-red elixir. As soon as the elixir was taken out, it immediately emitted a majestic aura of qi and blood. Such a concentration was even stronger than Star Soul Essence. If that was the case, it should be equivalent to the effect of 10 Star Soul Essences. 1 Star Soul Essence required 50 million origin stones to condense, but the effect was about 3 times that, which was equivalent to 150 million origin stones. This elixir refined by Shua Longyen and the others was equivalent to 5 billion origin stones. No wonder the demon refining gourd is extremely rare among the demon clan. Now the technique to create it has been lost. Whoever obtains such a demon refining gourd doesn't need to worry about cultivation resources. Jiang Tian Shu could suddenly advance to the 5th step of the undead realm. I'm afraid it was also because of a coincidence that he obtained the demon refining gourd and refined countless cultivators and swallowed countless blood elixirs to break through to the undead realm. Thinking of this, Ning Qi put away the blood elixir. Next, he planned to collect more similar blood elixirs before the system's advancement was completed. The effect of these blood elixirs could help him better refine the ancient star body in the demon refining gourd. If the ancient star body reached the 8th step, his strength would skyrocket again. At the same time, in front of the ninja clan's teleportation array, closest to the great blue mountain range. Hundreds of figures surrounded it. The lowest cultivation level of these figures was at the early stage of the rebirth realm, and the highest had reached the 5th step of the undead realm. One of them had the most powerful and terrifying aura. He had a pair of dragon horns on his head, a cold expression, and a gaze like lightning. Shua Longyan, the junior from the ancient star pavilion, can only return to this teleportation array. This is the shortest route, but according to the time he should have appeared by now. An old man exuding the aura of the undead realm said with a livid face. He was Elder Wu Donghan of the Mingxian sect. This time, when he learned that his disciple and the genius of the great blue dragon sect, Shua Longyan, were suppressed together, he immediately rushed over. In the end, he still couldn't stop Ningqi and could only wait here. Rabbit, other than Wu Donghan. There were also a few elders from first-rate powers. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at Shua Long Huaji. This time, they had lost at least one heavens chosen from their sections. Originally, they didn't even need to take action for such a matter. But later on, they received news that even a samsara stage existence like Shua Longyan was suppressed by the other party. As such, they had no choice but to take action, because they wanted to know what Ning Qi's tyrannical methods were. What did it originate from? He probably knew that we would be waiting here. Shua Long Huaji said coldly. Suddenly, the teleportation array flashed with light, and a cultivator in white robes walked out. Only his eyes were visible. Behind him were 4 other cultivators in similar attire. However, all 4 of them wore black robes. The ninja clan cultivator, who was originally a little flustered because the teleportation array was surrounded by so many undead realm cultivators, suddenly felt relieved when he saw these 5 people and quickly ran behind them. "My village, what are you doing here?" Shua Longi looked at the white-robed ninja and said lightly, "So, it's Brother Hua Ji from the Great Blue Dragon Sect. I heard you guys are hunting a cultivator from the ancient Star Pavilion. I suspect that he killed a ninja cultivator in my tribe, so I want to ask you, have you caught the cultivator?" The village looked at Dragon Huaji calmly. After a pause, he chuckled. "It looks like you guys didn't manage to catch him. This is our Great Blue Lands matter. It has nothing to do with your shinobi clan." Wu Donghan said coldly, "Human cultivator, you have no right to speak here." The village looked coldly at Wu Donghan. The 4 earthly ninjas behind him also looked at Wu Donghan with disdain. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and the battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out. "Okay, let's get down to business. That junior from the ancient star system pavilion shouldn't be coming here. I'll send out a great blue dragon sect order to capture this person. If anyone can capture him alive and hand him over to me, they will have one chance to kill him. An opportunity to help." Dragon Huaji let out a cold snort. Everyone was slightly startled when they heard this. They were somewhat astonished. The conditions that Shua Longhua had offered were somewhat unexpected. "It seems to be him, right?" "Yes, it's him. Suppress this child." The 2 early-stage rebirth realm cultivators looked at each other when they saw Ningqi and decided to attack. One of them was a human and the other was a demon, but they didn't care what race Ningqi was from. Bang! After Ningqi knocked the 2 unconscious with a punch, he threw them into the demon refining gourd. He then looked at his surroundings with a grave expression. During this period of time, he would encounter a few waves of people who would attack him every day. Needless to say, his information had definitely been leaked to the Great Blue Dragon Sect. He was wanted by the Great Blue Dragon Sect. As a result, every time someone found him, his whereabouts would be exposed. It wouldn't be long before a 5th step cultivator made a move. "You can't escape." A chuckle came from behind Ningqi. All the hair on Ningqi's body stood on end. He didn't notice at all how the other party had approached him. Ningqi immediately turned around and punched out. However, before he could raise his hand, a terrifying force landed on his back. This attack caused Ning Qi's back to tremble. His spine broke into several pieces in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a cannonball as he crashed into a mountain in the distance. The terrifying impact razed the mountain to the ground, and smoke filled the sky. The figure waited in the air for a few breaths. When the smoke dissipated, she leisurely walked to the heavily injured Ning Qi and lowered her head to look at him. She was dressed in a tight-fitting white robe, revealing only her eyes. Her exquisite body was tightly wrapped in the white robe, revealing her perfect figure. Undead realm of the ninja clan. Ning Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his injured spine had already healed, and he slowly stood up from the ruins. Your physical body is indeed strong. No wonder even the cultivators of the great Blue Dragon sect were suppressed by you. You're just a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator. But your physical body is already comparable to a Rebirth Realm cultivator. Such aptitude is rare even in the ninja clan. The other party said to herself. Ning Qi's eyes gradually turned solemn. This was the first time he faced an undead realm expert head-on. Just the attack from the other party had already proved that the power of an undead realm expert was far from what Ning Qi could contend with his current strength. Chapter 3553. Ning Qi calmly looked at Zhuangmeizi, estimating the gap between them. His aura continued to rise. 9 inner hidden gates. First gate, second gate. Soon, when all 9 gates were opened, Ning Qi's aura was enough to make Zhuangmeizi's eyes reveal a trace of surprise. How can his aura rise so much? What kind of cultivation method is this? Zhuangmeizi's eyes flashed with doubt. The next moment, the corners of her mouth that were hidden under the mask slightly curved up. If such a cultivation method could be used on her, wouldn't her strength increase by a great deal? This is already your peak? You can make your move now. Before they arrive, let me see what degree of strength you can reach. Zhuangmeizi smiled. Before they arrive, okay. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The next moment, he turned around and ran away. Opening all 9 gates caused his mortal body strength to rise to a terrifying degree. The power of his feet was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Zhuangmeizi. After a few breaths of time, Zhuangmeizi reacted. Her beautiful eyes flashed with shame and anger. He dared to play with her? In front of my ninja race, you want to escape? What a fool's dream. Zhuangmeizi coldly snorted. With a bang, her body turned into a cloud of smoke and instantly disappeared. Ning Qi flew tens of millions of miles in a single breath. Just as he was about to stop and rest, he saw a figure standing in the void not too far away, looking at him with a taunting gaze. Run, continue to run. Zhuangmeizi sneered. Okay. Ning Qi nodded and turned to flee. After a few breaths of time, Zhuangmeizi finally reacted. She didn't think that the other's desire to live would be so strong. He clearly knew that he couldn't escape, but he still persisted in running. Millions of miles away, Zhuangmeizi once again appeared next to Ning Qi. I said, you can't escape. As long as my ninja race wants to kill someone, there is no one we can't kill. You kill your own. I run my own. We have nothing to do with each other. Ning Qi's figure once again turned into a bolt of lightning, speeding away. Seeing this, Zhuangmeizi's beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent. She suddenly pulled out a short sword from her back and stabbed at Ning Qi's back. The sword light spread out like a waterfall. In an instant, it crossed a great distance and directly landed on Ning Qi's back. Pu-piu-piu. Flowers of blood blossomed on Ning Qi's back, one after another. In an instant, hundreds of wounds appeared on his body. However, none of these wounds pierced through Ning Qi's body. They could only be regarded as ordinary flesh wounds. Then, Ning Qi's figure disappeared in front of Zhuangmeizi again. The ancient star body is indeed powerful. Zhuangmeizi was stunned. If it was any other rebirth state cultivator, Even if he did not die, he would definitely lose the ability to move. However, not only did Ning Qi not die, he did not lose the ability to move either. Instead, his speed of escape had increased by a few times. If this child was given time to become a fifth-step cultivator like me, perhaps I really wouldn't be his match. Unfortunately, this is a dead end for this child. Even if I don't kill him, there are still countless fifth-step cultivators looking for him. So Maisie shook her head and disappeared again. 1 month later, there was not a single piece of good flesh on Ning Qi's body. As long as the wounds showed signs of healing, a few more would appear on his body. Even so, Ning Qi was still trying to find a way out of the great firmament land. So Maisie looked at Ning Qi with a complicated gaze. She could have directly suppressed Ning Qi, but for some reason, an idea suddenly appeared in her mind. She wanted to see how long Ning Qi could last. It was this idea that prevented her from using her true strength. Give up. As long as you give up, maybe I can say a few good words for you and let you live. So Maisie suddenly said. Ning Qi was startled and then looked at her. Are you crazy? So Maisie's eyes suddenly became cold, stubborn. Then she added a few more wounds on Ning Qi's body, but she still did not kill him. Crazy woman. Ning Qi cursed and continued to try to break out of the encirclement. It didn't matter if the other party wanted to play a game of cat and mouse. This would give him more time to find a way to escape the great firmament land. He called me a crazy woman? So Maisie was startled for a moment. Then her chest heaved up and down and her eyes became fierce. She felt that she shouldn't hold back anymore. Thinking about this, Maisie was about to use her full strength to suppress Ning Qi when Ning Qi's figure rolled in the air like a ball and flew back. At the same time, Shua Long, Ben Wudong Han, and other fifth-step cultivators appeared. The person who had attacked was Ben, who was also wearing a white robe like Maisie. In addition to these fifth-step cultivators, there were also groups of fourth-step cultivators coming from all directions. They had finally locked onto this place through the clues they had received from various places. That is the cultivator from the ancient star pavilion? From the looks of it, he was beaten up by that shinobi senpai before we arrived. The ninja clan specializes in assassination and pursuit. It is too difficult to escape from a fifth-step ninja clan cultivator. Everyone thought to themselves as they looked at Ning Qi with a hint of schadenfreude. What was the point of defeating Shua Long, Lu Feng, and Shua Long Yen? In the end, he still couldn't leave the great firmament land. Maisie, how long has it been since you found him? The village took a look at the injuries on Ning Qi's body and seemed to frown slightly. Maisie faintly said, a bit of time. Then why didn't you send me a message? Ben's voice became a bit harsh. What a joke. You are a heaven-enduring cultivator, and I am also a heaven-enduring cultivator. We belong to different clans, so why should I send you a message? Maisie couldn't help but laugh. There was a hint of mockery in her laughter. Let's deal with your ninja clan later. I'm going to take this person back. Shua Long glanced at the two of them before his gaze fell on Ning Qi. His eyes became extremely fierce. Shua Long, Yen died in your hands. Ning Qi stabilized his figure in midair. Taking advantage of the time when the few of them were talking, his injuries had mostly recovered. Glancing around at the existences whose auras far surpassed the rebirth realm, he smiled and said, So many undead realm experts? You guys really look at me. You think too highly of me. When everyone heard this, their expressions suddenly became strange. At this point, he was still trying to be brave. Maisie couldn't help but look at Ning Qi. This person killed a cultivator of my ninja clan. I'm going to take him back. Ben looked at Shua Long Huaji and said indifferently, Ben, your clan's patriarch is going to war with my great blue dragon sect. Chapter 3554. After confronting Shua Long for a dozen breaths, Wudong Han suddenly said, Both of you are famous figures. If others find out that you're fighting over a mere heaven's mandate realm cultivator, it'll be a joke. Why don't we kill this kid on the spot? This matter can be considered settled. Kill him on the spot? Everyone glanced at each other and nodded silently. The reason they were chasing after Ningqi was because he had killed many cultivators from the great firmament world, and at the same time he had also killed a ninja clan cultivator. As long as they finished him off in front of everyone, the matter would be over. Yes, I agree. Hamira nodded lightly. Shua Long Huaji looked at Ningqi, then at his village, Wudong Han, and the other fifth step cultivators. After several breaths of silence, he nodded in agreement. At this moment, Ningqi was like a piece of meat on a chopping board that was at their mercy. I disagree. Zuamazi sneered. If I wanted to kill him, I would have done it long ago. If I killed him on the spot, what about the rewards from the Grand Firmament Dragon Sect? The Grand Blue Dragon Sect's medallion clearly stated that whoever was able to capture this child alive and hand him over to the Grand Blue Dragon Sect would be able to obtain a favor from the Grand Blue Dragon Sect. It's a busy opportunity. Pausing for a moment, he continued, A few months ago, I had already caught up to this child. The reason why I didn't kill him was because of this. Could it be that the Great Blue Dragon Sect is going to go back on their words? The Great Blue Dragon Sect has never gone back on their words. It's just that there's someone who doesn't wish for you to hand this child over to me. There's nothing I can do about it. The corners of Shua Long's mouth rose slightly. Zuamazi, our ninja clan, doesn't need the help of the Great Blue Dragon Sect. Don't embarrass our ninja clan. The village frowned. The tribe you belong to is just a small branch of the ninja clan. Today, I was the one who caught him first. Do you want to snatch him from me? Zuamazi smiled. You can kill him on the spot, but I don't agree to handing him over to the Grand Blue Dragon Sect. Hamira shook his head lightly. Kill him on the spot. No one will say anything. It can be regarded as the result of the joint efforts of everyone. If the person is taken away by the Great Blue Dragon Sect after being found, it will undoubtedly damage the reputation of the ninja clan. In fact, it will also damage the reputation of his village. Then we'll have to fight. Zuamazi smiled. The village's eyes flashed with a sharp light. You want to fight with me? At this moment, a few black-clothed earth ninjas suddenly appeared, each of them holding a person in their hands. My lord, these are cultivators from the ancient Star Pavilion. They had already escaped from our tribe, but we caught them, one of the earth ninjas said. In his hand was Mo Xia, who had yet to recover from his injuries. As he spoke, he looked at Ningqi with a hint of coldness and resentment. The ninja cultivator Ningqi killed outside the ninja tribe was his son. The remaining earthly ninjas captured Feng Litian, Jiu Qianbei, and Feng Yin, not leaving a single one behind. Brother Ning. Mo Xia, who was being carried by someone, saluted Ningqi with a wry smile. The expressions of Feng Litian and the other two weren't any better. They thought they would be able to escape back to the ancient star system pavilion to report, but they didn't expect the ninja clan cultivators to be so elusive. They observed the situation around them, and their hearts sank. These four are just small fries. Kill them. The village looked at Mo Xia's group of four and said indifferently, Wait. Everyone's gaze fell on Ningqi. The village waved his hand to stop his subordinates and looked at Ningqi. What do you want to say? I killed the ninja clan cultivators, so I'll take responsibility for everything. You have a reason to kill me, but they have nothing to do with this matter. Killing them is equivalent to killing innocent cultivators of the ancient Star Pavilion. Do you plan to start a war with the ancient Star Pavilion? Ningqi smiled. Start a war. The village was startled and then burst out laughing. You think the ancient Star Pavilion will start a war with the ninja clan for a few mere human cultivators? Little fellow, I'm afraid you don't know that the ancient Star Pavilion is all-encompassing. There are several elders and deputy palace masters. There are a few elders and a few vice palace masters, right? Ningqi looked at Mo Xie's group of 4, and they subconsciously nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was too late. You killed them before I even said anything. Forget it, they deserve to be killed. Ningqi shook his head and looked at the village. How about this, Senior? I'll make a bet with you. Bet? Everyone's eyes lit up. He proposed a bet at this time to save his life. But what could a mere heaven's mandate realm cultivator take out to bet with an undead realm cultivator? What do you want to bet with me? The village looked at Ningqi coldly. I bet that you can't kill me with 10 punches. If I lose, we'll naturally die, but if you lose... Ningqi's mouth formed a strange smile. Jiu, Qianbei, and Feng Yin looked at Ningqi with anticipation. If the other party lost, he would naturally let them go. However, they never thought that whether they could leave today wasn't up to the village alone. So what if I lose? The village smiled. Kneel down and call me daddy. Ningqi smiled. Jiu, Qianbei, Feng Yin, Feng Litian, Mo Xia couldn't help but close his eyes. Brother Ning still doesn't play by the rules. Wasn't he deliberately provoking the other party? The surrounding 4th step cultivators looked at Ningqi with a trace of admiration. Most people didn't have the courage to make such a bet with a 5th step cultivator. This guy, Shua Longhuaji, couldn't help but look at Ningqi a few more times. Then he exchanged glances with Wu Donghan and the others and shook their heads. Even if they didn't do anything, Ningqi would definitely die a tragic death today. Are you going to die? Zhuemeizi looked at Ningqi and sent a voice transmission. It has nothing to do with you. Ningqi glanced at Zhuemeizi, then looked at the village whose shoulders were trembling with anger. Senior, do you want to bet? Zhuemeizi's eyes flashed with anger. At this moment, the village seemed to have calmed down. He looked at Ningqi indifferently and said, Come out. If you can take 10 punches from me, I'll fulfill the promise. Okay. Ningqi smiled and nodded. As soon as he took a step forward, he suddenly appeared in front of Ningqi and punched Ningqi in the stomach. It was not over yet. After Ningqi was sent flying, he appeared in the sky above Ningqi and punched Ningqi's back fiercely. Boom! Ningqi's body suddenly smashed into the mountain below, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Jiu, Qianbei, and the others were touched. If Ningqi wasn't doing this for them, why would he do this? Brother Ning's ancient star body is so strong. He shouldn't die, right? Mo Xia looked down with uncertainty. The gap between a 5th step cultivator and a 4th step cultivator was too big. He wasn't sure if Ningqi could withstand it. Was he dead? Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. Chapter 35:55. This person's body is indeed powerful. I punched out in anger, but I couldn't even kill him with 2 punches? Wu Donghan and the other 5th step cultivators looked at each other and sighed. They finally knew how Shua Longyan and the others had been suppressed. With such a physical body, even an early-stage rebirth realm existence like Shua Longyan would find it difficult to be his opponent. A 4th step cultivator might not be able to see the difference, but a 5th step cultivator was well aware of the power of the 2 punches just now. The ancient star body is indeed a body-refining method comparable to the Demon Emperor Nirvana Sutra. To be able to refine the body to such a degree with the foundation of the human clan, I'm afraid the dragon clan would be even stronger. I remember that there are at least 100 dragon clan cultivators in the ancient star pavilion. If it's just comparing bodies, their bodies should be stronger than those of the great blue dragon sect. That's right. There was a lot of discussion. When Shua Longhuaji heard this, he didn't refute it. What they said was indeed correct. However, the great blue dragon sect had many methods that the dragon clan could cultivate. This was something the ancient star system pavilion couldn't compare to. Most of the dragon clan would still choose the great blue dragon sect and not the ancient star pavilion. This child seems to be deliberately provoking the village. What is his intention? Shuo Longyan's eyes moved slightly. He finally realized what was wrong. It seemed that Ning Qi had been provoking the village ever since the village wanted to kill the other 4 cultivators of the ancient star pavilion. Continue. Ning Qi saw that the village didn't respond and smiled again. Okay. The village nodded. Next? Every punch he landed on Ning Qi's body was enough to make all the cultivators below the 4th step break out in a cold sweat. If this terrifying power landed on them, just one punch would be enough to disintegrate their bodies. The 3rd punch, the 4th punch, the 5th punch, the 10th punch. Each of his punches was heavier than the last, and the expression on his face became colder and colder. However, when he used all of his strength and punched Ning Qi's body 10 times, Ning Qi's body still didn't show any signs of collapsing. He felt like he had been tricked. Just now, he should have used his strongest technique to suppress Ning Qi, instead of choosing to bet with Ning Qi in terms of physical strength. Ning Qi lay on the ground. He was gasping for air. The flesh and blood on his body were constantly moving. His terrifying self-recovery ability was perfectly manifested. The injuries from the previous few punches had already healed. What was being repaired now were the punches from Hamura. Senior Brother Ning, forget it. We, the cultivators of the ancient star system pavilion, would rather die than submit. Don't worry about us, Feng Litian suddenly said. Jiu Qianbei and Feng Yin's faces turned pale as they stared at Ning Qi. After a while, Jiu Qianbei suddenly laughed and said, Senior Brother Ning, it is my great fortune to be able to come to the supreme firmament boundary with you. Feng Litian looked at Jiu Qianbei in surprise, as though he did not expect Jiu Qianbei to say such a thing. Although I, Jiu Qianbei, am afraid of death, but with Senior Brother Ning protecting us in this way, even if we die, what is there to fear? 18 years later, I will be a hero again. Jiu Qianbei laughed. Bang! The enduring earth that grabbed him punched Jiu Qianbei's stomach. Jiu Qianbei coughed out a mouthful of blood and was in so much pain that he could no longer make a sound. Hamura's expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Ning Qi. In his heart, he was praying that Ning Qi would not stand up again. Otherwise, he would lose this bet. His prayers seemed to be going in the opposite direction. Ning Qi supported himself with his hands and slowly stood up. Although he staggered 2 steps, he still managed to stand up. He looked up at Hamura and grinned. Senior Hamura, you have lost. After a pause, he said, Kneel down and call me Daddy. You deserve to die. One of the ninja clan's ninjas' eyes flashed, and he suddenly let out a loud roar. He turned into a bolt of lightning and sped towards Ning Qi. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ning Qi. Otherwise, his village would not be able to get off the stage. After all, this was a bet in front of his peers. But if he really kneeled down and called Ning Qi Daddy, it would be a great humiliation for the ninja clan. The ninja clan is a bit shameless. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators could not help but frown. Hamura looked at Ning Qi motionlessly. Although he had the ability to stop Ning Qi, he did not choose to do so. At the same time, he used his qi to lock onto Zhuameizi. As long as Zhuameizi made a move, it would affect his qi. Then he would be able to use his hand to stop Ning Qi. Just when everyone thought that Ning Qi was dead for sure, the fist of the ninja clan's earth ninja was suddenly stopped by a palm. Ning Qi turned his head and looked at the palm and suddenly felt relieved. Senior Li Shang, I thought you were joking with me. Li Shang was wearing a black robe. He grabbed the fist of the enduring earth with one hand and smiled at Ning Qi. I said that I left a trace of qi in your body. When you are in danger, I will naturally help you. Do you think I don't even have this little bit of trust? Really? This junior is afraid that you will come too late. When you arrive, this junior's body will be cold. What should I do? Ning Qi smiled and sat down on the ground. directly entering meditation to heal his injuries. He actually didn't care about the outside world anymore. Li Shang smiled, then looked at that earth ninja, and gently released his hand. That earth ninja still maintained his previous action, but his eyes were full of shock and fear. The next moment, the enduring earth's body started to shatter inch by inch and dissipate like bubbles. Soon, aside from a pile of black clothes, there was no trace of the enduring earth. Who was this? An elder of the ancient star pavilion? Everyone looked at Li Shang in bewilderment and kept guessing her origin. When the fifth step cultivators saw Li Shang's method, there was a hint of fear and disbelief in their eyes. He is healing. As for how to deal with you all, we'll wait until he wakes up. The corner of Li Shang's mouth rose. Then she reached out and gently grabbed at Shua Long Huaji and the others. All the fifth step cultivators couldn't resist it all and were pulled to the ground by a terrifying force. At the same time, this force turned into cages that trapped them. At the same time, this force turned into a cage that trapped Shua Long Huaji and company. Great Emperor's cage. Which great emperor are you? There was a flash of shock in Shua Long Huaji's eyes. He didn't expect a mere Heaven's Fate Realm cultivator to summon a great emperor to protect her. Chapter 3556. Shua Long Huaji's question didn't get an answer from Li Shang. In Li Shang's eyes, Shua Long Huaji and the other fifth step undead realm cultivators weren't qualified to talk to him. We kicked an iron plate this time, damn it! Wu Donghan's face was pale and his body couldn't help but tremble. If the other party didn't remove the great emperor's cage before he left, they would be imprisoned here indefinitely. They wouldn't be able to cultivate and would lose the ability to commit suicide. Over time, their source would be destroyed. This wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was staying in the cage forever. This kind of loneliness could shatter the indomitable heart of most cultivators. The fifth step cultivators looked at each other and saw the fear in the depths of each other's eyes. Now, they could only hope that the great emperor of the great Blue Dragon sect could sense all of this in time and rush over to rescue them. We're saved. Emosia and the others, who were also imprisoned in the cage, let out a long sigh of relief. After recovering, Zhu Qianbei couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. He looked at Li Shang and then at Ning Qi, who was healing himself. He felt it was unbelievable. Senior brother Ning has a great emperor as a backer. What is his identity? Zhu Qianbei's eyes were slightly complicated. In his view, with such a backer, there was no need for Ning Qi to join the ancient star pavilion unless he had another purpose. This guy has been stalling for time. So this is his purpose. A great emperor backing him. Is he a disciple of this great emperor? But listening to their conversation, it doesn't seem like they have a master-disciple relationship. So Maisie's expression didn't look good. She looked at Ning Qi with a dignified expression. Not far away, in the cage where the village was, his eyes showed deep regret. He didn't regret chasing after Ning Qi, but he regretted that he didn't kill Ning Qi in the first place. Just now, Li Shang said that he left a trace of qi in Ning Qi's body. When Ning Qi's life was in danger, he would appear to rescue him. Even the stupidest person could guess why Ning Qi had angered him just now. He had been made a fool of by a junior who was a realm lower than him, causing him to fall into a dangerous situation. Even if he did not die today, once this matter spread out, he would be severely injured. Even if he didn't die today, once this matter spread, he would become a laughing stock. Half a day passed. Ning Qi's injuries had gradually recovered, and his aura became stable and heavy. When he opened his eyes, Shua Longhua and the other fifth-step cultivators all looked at Ning Qi with a trace of apprehension in their hearts. You're awake? Your physical body is too weak. If you were from the corpse race, you would only need to absorb the blood essence of a rebirth state expert to recover from your injuries. Li Shang said to Ning Qi with a smile. He was still trying to entice Ning Qi to join the corpse clan. Ning Qi smiled and calmly changed the topic. He pointed at Mo Xie and the others and said, Senior, those are Junior's sect disciples. Oh, Li Shang glanced at Mo Xie and the others and faintly nodded. The emperor cages on the four instantly dissipated. Seeing this, the four glanced at each other and quickly walked up to Li Shang and respectfully bowed. Junior, thanks Senior for helping. Apart from Mo Xie, the other three were a little excited. This was the first time they were so close to a great emperor. Even a descendant of the Feng clan like Feng Letian had never been so close to the Feng clan's great emperor. Even the Feng clan had only seen the great emperor a few times. Li Shang waved his hand indifferently and looked at Shuo Longhua and the others. How should we deal with these guys? Senior, this person made a bet with me earlier, but he lost and hasn't fulfilled his end of the deal. Ning Qi pointed at the village and said. The village's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Ning Qi and immediately shifted his gaze. He was afraid that he couldn't help but release the killing intent in his heart. If Li Shang noticed it, he would definitely not have a good ending. And a person must be trustworthy. Since you lost, fulfill your end of the deal. Li Shang smiled at the village. A trace of hesitation flashed in the village's eyes. Make him kneel down and call him daddy? That was definitely a great humiliation. Moreover, the one kneeling was a junior of the human race. If the news spread out, no ninja clan would take him in. He could only become a wandering heaven ninja. However, if he didn't kneel down, given the means of a god emperor, there were countless ways for him to suffer a fate worse than death. If he knelt down, he might still have a chance to live. Dignity, life. Obviously, the latter was more important. Thinking of this, the village knelt down in the direction of Ning Qi and said in a deep voice, Father! When Shuo Longhuaji and the other fifth-step cultivators saw this, they didn't show any mockery. Instead, they felt like they were in the same boat. Only Jiao Qianbei and the others felt relieved and gloated as they looked at their village. The bet has been fulfilled. What are you going to do next? Li Shang smiled at Ning Qi. Senior, I wonder if you can completely kill them with your means. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. How vicious! You actually want to kill all of us. Everyone's hearts were filled with anger and fear. Although they hid a wisp of their primordial spirits in the immortal palace, the means of a god emperor were unfathomable, not to mention destroying their primordial spirits. Even finding the immortal palace they were hiding in the void was not a big problem. If you are from the corpse race, I can help you kill all of them. But now, you can only choose to kill one or let me bite you. How about it? Li Shang smiled. Hearing this, everyone was completely sure of Li Shang's identity. The corpse race god emperor. God Emperor, I am also from the corpse race, a fifth-step cultivator suddenly said. He looked at Li Shang with anticipation, hoping that Li Shang would show mercy after knowing his identity. Do I know you? Li Shang frowned and looked at this person. The other party was slightly stunned, and then his expression became a little awkward. So have you thought about it? Li Shang smiled at Ning Qi. The commotion here will immediately attract other god emperors. Senior, then I will kill him. Ning Qi pointed at the village. I have fulfilled the bet. The village looked at Ning Qi angrily. Does this have anything to do with me killing you? Ning Qi smiled. Okay, then kill him. Li Shang smiled and nodded. He stretched out his hand and gently grabbed at the void. A white palace suddenly appeared. When the village saw this, his face revealed a look of horror. Before he could speak, the white palace suddenly shattered, and the primordial spirit inside was also crushed into powder. The village spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Ning Qi with a dispirited expression. Chapter 3557. Seeing their village die, Jiao Qianbei and company were finally able to vent their anger. As for the others, I'll help you imprison them for 100 years. That should be enough for you to return to the ancient star system pavilion. Li Shang smiled. Thank you, Senior. Ning Qi clasped his hands. Pausing, as if he suddenly thought of something, he looked at Zhuangmeizi's direction. Zhuangmeizi was shocked when she saw him, but before she could speak, Ningqi smiled at Li Shang and said, "Senior, that crazy woman will be fine after 30 years." Crazy woman. Zhuangmeizi's heart surged with anger, but she immediately regained her composure. She looked at Ningqi with a complicated expression. The other party had only asked the great emperor to imprison her for 30 years, which meant that the other party was aware of her special mentality during this period of time. Okay. Li Shang glanced at Zhuangmeizi. Then his body slightly moved and disappeared from the spot. "Let's go." Ningqi smiled at Mo Xie's group of 4. After they left, Shualong Huaji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, they sat down cross-legged. Compared to the villagers back in the village, their ending was pretty good. It was just 100 years of imprisonment. It was over in a blink of an eye. They went. 10 days later. Suddenly, 2 figures tore through the air and landed in front of everyone. They were a man and a woman, and their cultivation auras were not weaker than 5th-step cultivators like Long Huaji. However, it was clear that they were very young and full of vigor. "Senior brother, this is the great emperor's cage." Which great emperor did these guys offend? The younger female cultivator looked at the cage around Shualong Huaji and the others with a curious expression on her face as she spoke. "Don't mind our own business. Master told us to deliver a message to the ancient star system pavilion. Let's hurry." The man shook his head. After they left, Shualong Huaji suddenly raised his head and looked at the backs of the 2 of them. His eyes flashed with a hint of shock and uncertainty. Ningqi's group of 5 changed their route. It took them more than 20 years to return to the ancient star pavilion. Only now did the worry in the hearts of Zhu Qianbei and the others completely dissipate. Along the way, they were afraid that the cultivators of the Supreme Blue Land would catch up again. However, in the end, there was no movement at all. It was very obvious that Li Shang's methods had shocked them. Even the Great Blue Dragon Gate token was cancelled. "Senior apprentice, Brother Ning, we want to go to your mountain range to cultivate, I don't know." Zhu Qianbei gritted his teeth and plucked up his courage to look at Ningqi. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Ningqi's own strength was enough for them to side with him. Not to mention, they had clearly seen Ningqi's methods. He actually had a great emperor backing him. To put it bluntly, in their eyes, Ningqi was the most powerful disciple in the ancient star pavilion. Their statuses were probably on par with the other 7-head senior brothers. And this was something that only they knew. "Come if you want to." Ningqi laughed. "Many thanks, senior apprentice, Brother Ning." Feng Litian, Zhu Qianbei, and Feng Yin were surprised, especially the latter. Feng Litian was originally from the Feng family, so he had the backing of the Feng family in the ancient star pavilion. Zhu Qianbei and the others came from mediocre backgrounds. Now that they could climb up to Ningqi, they wouldn't be able to do as they pleased in the ancient star pavilion. But at least they wouldn't be bullied at will. "You're cultivators from the ancient star pavilion, right? I want to see the palace master of your Alcade Star Palace. Lead the way." A voice suddenly came from behind the 5 of them. The 5 of them were slightly startled. They turned around and saw a man and a woman looking down at them from above. Mo Xie and the other 3 revealed a trace of graveness in their eyes. Ningqi's eyes also slightly flickered. The 2 of them appeared silently and emitted an aura similar to that of Shualong Huaji and the others, which was enough to show that they were at the 5th step of the undead realm. Cultivators. They might even be at the immortal realm. "Us 2 brothers and sister have come to the ancient star pavilion to deliver a letter to the Alcade Star Palace's palace master. There can be no mistakes." The female cultivator smiled. "You want to see the palace master?" Zhu Qianbei was startled, and then everyone looked at Ningqi. When the 2 cultivators saw this, they immediately knew that Ningqi was the leader of this group of 5. The male cultivator pointed at Ningqi and said with a hint of arrogance, "You lead the way. You lead the way." The two of you come with me. Ning Qi faintly nodded. Along the way, Emosia and the others were secretly guessing the origins of the two. However, the two of them seemed very arrogant and didn't talk to them at all. They just admired the scenery and whispered a few words from time to time. These two are definitely cultivators in the undead realm. Looking at their ages, they don't seem to be too old. It's likely that they are the lead disciples of some top sects. But apart from the 4 great emperor clans, there are no top sects in the human race. These two are the same as us and are both humans. I'm afraid they came from a place far away from here. Emosia sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded slightly. He had also thought of this and couldn't help but think about the absolute beginning land that Li Shang had taken him to. The territory there was definitely not smaller than Tylee. There were also many human cultivators there that might be stronger than the 4 great emperors. The human forces of the imperial families existed. The divine Luo world was too vast. Just Tylee alone probably required at least a 5th step cultivation to know how big it was. Not to mention that there was absolute beginning outside of Tylee, and there were probably other similar territories outside of absolute beginning. Soon, Ning Qi and the others arrived at the main mountain range of Radiant Star Palace with the man and woman. This was the place where the palace master cultivated in seclusion. Before this, Ning Qi had never approached this place. The two of you, this is the place where the palace master cultivates in seclusion. With our status, we are not qualified to enter. Please go ahead by yourself. We will take our leave first. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. After saying that, Ning Qi was about to leave with Emosia and the others. However, he saw the male cultivator frown and gently wave his hand. The 5 of them were imprisoned in place by a special force. One of you go up and send a message, lest others say that the 2 of us are disrespectful. The male cultivator said lightly, Yan Kuan, Yan Jun, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice that Ning Qi was very familiar with sounded. Then, Zhang Tianshu descended from the sky and appeared beside the 5 of them. He looked coldly at the man and woman. Does he know these 2 people? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Zhang Tianshu's attention had been focused on the 2 people, and he did not look at Ning Qi's group of 5. Haha, he has already put on the chief senior brother's robe. Yan Kuan looked Zhang Tianshu up and down with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I remember that you addressed us as senior brother Yan and senior sister Yan respectfully in the past. Now you dare to call us by our names directly? Senior brother, he is now the same as us. We are both in the Undying realm and have condensed the Undying elixir. Naturally, he has lost that respect. However, as long as we hand the letter to the Palace Master of Radiant Star Palace, his cultivation will probably be abolished. I can't continue as such. Chapter 3558. What a joke. You want the Palace Master to cripple my cultivation with a mere letter? You two are too naive. Zhang Tianshu looked at Yan Kuan and Yan Kuan with a faint smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Senior brothers, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Ning Qi suddenly cupped his hands. Then he immediately gave Emosia and the others a look and was about to leave. There was no benefit for them to get involved in this matter. Zhang Tianshu ignored Ning Qi and the others, but Yan Kuan calmly extended his hand to block their path. Don't leave, he said. Since we've run into each other here, it must be fate that brought us together. Why don't you stay here and watch how your chief eldest brother uses despicable methods? He stole the 8th grade Khanate spirit treasure demon refining gourd from my master and used it to advance to the undead realm. Stole the demon refining gourd? Did Zhang Tianshu steal the demon refining gourd from their masters? Ning Qi's eyes suddenly became a little strange. Their master was the weakest among them. He should be at the 5th step of the imperishable realm, the same level as the palace master of Alcade Star Palace. No one would believe that Jiang Tianshu could steal the demon refining gourd from someone like that. However, the two of them swore that they were most likely telling the truth. Mo Xia and the other's expressions also became strange. Jiu Qianbei smiled awkwardly. Senior brothers and senior sister. Maybe there is some misunderstanding with senior brother Jiang? Why don't you take your time and settle this? We will go first. Since you are here, come up. A faint voice suddenly came from the main peak of Alcade Star Palace. Yan Kuan and Yan Jun looked at Jiang Tianshu with eyes full of mockery. Jiang Tianshu, when the palace master of Alcade Star Palace reads our master's letter, we will see if your chief disciple position is still secure. Then, the two of them walked up the mountain. Ning Qi and the others were about to leave when Jiang Tianshu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked at the five of them. His eyes seemed to linger on Ning Qi for a moment longer. You guys come with us, Jiang Tianshu said indifferently. Then he turned and walked up the mountain. Ning Qi and Mo Xia looked at each other and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Jiang Tianshu had asked them to follow him, so he definitely had other intentions. However, the two of them couldn't think of Jiang Tianshu's goal at the moment. Jiu Qianbei and Feng Yin didn't want to get involved in this matter at all. However, since Jiang Tianshu had spoken, they could only look at Ning Qi. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled faintly and walked up the mountain. When the others saw this, they had no choice but to follow. Only Feng Litian's eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. Along the way, he kept looking around. This was the first time he came to the Alcade Star Palace's main peak. After going up the mountain, there were cultivators guiding them along the way. Not long after, they arrived at the entrance of a palace. After entering the palace, a majestic and terrifying aura greeted them, causing them to involuntarily hold their breaths and focus on their feet. Only then could he stand steadily. The aura came from a figure sitting on the main seat of the palace. This figure wore a white robe, which was different from the white robes of the core disciples. His white robe did not have any emblems, appearing extremely simple. At the same time, his white hair flowed down like a waterfall. On his shoulder, covering half of his face, the two of us greet Senior Alcade. Yan Kuan and Feng Yin immediately bowed. We greet the palace master. Ning Qi and the other four also bowed. Jiu Qianbei and the other two had a trace of excitement in their eyes. They had been in the Alcade Star Palace for so many years, but this was the first time they had seen the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace. Ning Qi and Mo Xia were much calmer. In their hearts, they were still wondering why Jiang Tianshu asked them to follow. You two little guys, I haven't seen you for many years. You've already grown so big. I remember that the last time we met, you had just stepped on the path of cultivation, right? The Alcade Star Palace master's mouth curved into a faint smile. Yes, senior brother was only 16 years old at that time, and I was only 10. Yan Jun's eyes showed a trace of reminiscence. Senior Alcade, you were only the chief disciple of the Alcade Star Palace back then. After all these years, you have become the palace master. Compared to you, our qualifications are much weaker. Yan Kuan smiled. Ning Qi obtained some more information from their conversation. It seemed that the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace and the master of the two were old friends. Compared to master, your aptitudes are naturally much weaker. Jiang Tianshu said lightly. Master? Yan Kuan and Mo Xia were slightly startled and subconsciously looked at the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace. Seeing that the other party still had a faint smile on her face, their expressions suddenly became a little ugly. I heard that your master asked you to send a letter. Let me see. The palace master of the Alcade Star Palace smiled faintly. Actually, there is no letter. It's just that Master asked the two of us to pass by and pay our respects to Senior Alcade. Seeing you today, Senior, is even more elegant than before. If there is nothing else, we will take our leave first." Yan Kuan smiled. Ning Qi and the others were stunned. This was different from what they had just said at the foot of the mountain. Why was there no letter? Ning Qi suddenly saw the trace of a mocking smile at the corner of Jiang Tianshu's mouth and suddenly understood. When Jiang Tianshu addressed the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace as master, their expressions were a little unnatural. Now that they had changed their words, it should have something to do with this matter. Could it be that the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace would brazenly shield Jiang Tianshu? Would she disregard the friendship between her and their master? That's not right. You clearly said that there would be a letter. Why didn't you take it out? If I am in the wrong, Master will naturally not shield me. Do you not trust my master? Jiang Tianshu smiled lightly. The palace master of the Alcade Star Palace looked at the two with a faint smile. After a few breaths of silence, the two still shook their heads. Yan Kuan squeezed out a smile. There is indeed no letter. Senior Alcade, Senior Brother, and I will take our leave first. Yan Jun smiled and pulled Yan Kuan away. "Want to leave?" Jiang Tianshu laughed and suddenly took out the demon refining gourd. The terrifying aura of the grade 8 primordial spiritual treasure instantly enveloped everyone in the hall, including Ning Qi's group of 5. Ning Qi and the others' expressions suddenly changed, and an ominous feeling suddenly rose in their hearts. "Jiang Tianshu, what are you doing?" Yan Kuan looked at Jiang Tianshu in shock and anger, then looked at the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace. Seeing the faint smile on her face, his heart immediately sank. "Do it cleanly," the palace master of the Alcade Star Palace said lightly. "Yes, master." Jiang Tianshu's face revealed a trace of malevolence. The demon refining gourd suddenly spewed out a gust of black qi, sweeping towards Yan Kuan and the others. However, the black qi suddenly changed halfway, and a part of it swept towards Ning Qi's group of 5. Chapter 35:59. It's over. Jiu Qianbei and the others were in despair. Jiang Tianshu was an undead realm expert, and he had taken out an 8th grade primordial spirit treasure, the demon purification gourd, that could suppress an immortal realm expert. There was no way they could survive unless Ning Qi's backer appeared again, but they had heard clearly that the Great Emperor would only help Ning Qi once, not to mention that this was the ancient Star Pavilion, where the Star Emperor was present. No other Great Emperor would dare to come uninvited. That would mean a war between Great Emperors. Almost in an instant, Ning Qi had opened the 9 inner hidden gates. The aura of his body was extremely powerful, completely surpassing that of an ordinary early rebirth realm expert. The palace master of Alcade Star Palace looked at Ning Qi in surprise. At the same time, Jiang Tianshu also noticed the strangeness of Ning Qi's body. However, such strength was nothing in front of him. Just as the black mist was about to envelop everyone, a walking stick reached in from outside the palace. When the walking stick hit the ground, there was a loud bang, and the black mist disappeared without a trace. Jiang Tianshu's face was dark red, and he took a few steps back, his expression one of bewilderment. He looked toward the door. It was an old man with a hunched back. He had a kind face and a faint smile on his lips. Grand Elder Duan. Ning Qi was relieved when he saw the person. He closed the 9 inner hidden gates, one after another. Grand Elder Duan? The Alcade Star Palace's palace master's eyes flickered slightly. She subconsciously stood up with an ugly expression. Yan Kuan and Mo Xie didn't know who Grand Elder Duan was. But when they heard the word Grand Elder, they seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of hope appeared in their eyes. Whether they could leave this place safely or not depended on this old man. Who is this senior? Are we saved? No one, including Mo Xia, had seen Grand Elder Duan before. However, he had broken Jiang Tianchu's trap as soon as he appeared. It was very likely that he wouldn't collude with the palace master of Alcade Star Palace and attack their own disciples. It's quite lively here. Grand Elder Duan looked at the crowd, then his eyes fell on the palace master of Alcade Star Palace. Zhang Xuanzong, what are you doing? So the palace master's real name is Zhang Xuanzong. This senior called him by his name, so his status is definitely not lower than his. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Tianchu's face darkened. As the chief disciple of Alcade Star Palace and a former true disciple, he was well aware of Grand Secretary Duan's background. It was no coincidence that he was here. It's just a sparring session between the disciples. I didn't expect Grand Elder Duan to make a trip here himself. Zhang Xuanzong chuckled. Spar? Then put away the demon refining gourd. The 8th grade demon refining gourd is rare even among the demon race. Although it doesn't have much use for us, these juniors might not be able to withstand its power. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Heaven Tree, aren't you going to put it away? Zhang Xuanzong looked at Jiang Tianshu and said calmly, Yes, master. Jiang Tianshu nodded respectfully and put the devil purification gourd away. He then stood behind Zhang Xuanzong and looked at Grand Elder Duan with sparkling eyes. You two are the disciples of that sparrow, right? Grand Secretary Duan suddenly turned to Yan Kuan and Yan Jun with a smile. Sparrow? The two of them were startled. Then they respectfully replied, reporting to Senior, our master's surname is Kong, and her name is Sparrow Immortal. I didn't expect her to give herself such a nice name. A long time ago, when she first came to the ancient star system pavilion, she didn't even know how to speak. At that time, I saw that she was very obedient, so I let her stay in my yard for a while. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Sparrow has grown up, and she has even raised geniuses like you two. Time really flies. Grand Secretary Duan let out a sigh and smiled. Hearing this, Ning Qi and the others suddenly realized that Yan Kuan and Yan Jun's master was a member of the demon race who had once stayed in the ancient star pavilion and interacted with Grand Secretary Duan for a while. It was no wonder that Zhang Xuanzong knew the masters of the two of them. It was likely that they were geniuses who had risen in the same era. If that was the case, then Grand Secretary Duan's age was shockingly old. Yan Kuan and Yan Jun looked at each other. They had the same thought as Ning Qi and the others. While they were shocked, they became even more respectful toward Grand Secretary Duan. Only Zhang Xuanzong's expression changed several times after hearing those words. Only then did he regain his calm. Okay, I was just passing by and happened to hear some noise, so I came to take a look. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. You guys can come with me. Grand Secretary Duan smiled and walked toward the door. Seeing this, everyone immediately followed. From beginning to end, Zhang Xuanzong had no intention of stopping them. After Ning Qi and the others followed Grand Secretary Duan down the mountain, Jiang Tianshu whispered, Master, are we just going to let them go like this? If they go out and spread the news, I'm afraid. You haven't been in the ancient star pavilion for long, so you don't know Grand Secretary Duan's origin. Since he has acted today, if I don't let them go, I'm afraid the great emperor will come out of his closed-door cultivation. Zhang Xuanzong sat down again and said calmly, The great emperor will come out of his closed-door cultivation? Jiang Tianshu's face was filled with shock. The great emperor of the ancient star pavilion hadn't come out of his closed-door cultivation for a very long time. Rumor had it that he was cultivating an extremely powerful cultivation method in an attempt to break through the bottleneck. Master, what is the origin of this Grand Secretary Duan? Jiang Tianshu lowered his head and asked respectfully. She is the daughter of the 13th Great Emperor of the Star Emperor. Zhang Xuanzong said calmly. Gasp! Jiang Tianshu took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with fear. How could Grand Secretary Duan's origin be so terrifying? However, the 13th great emperor of the Star Emperor was executed by the Supreme Sacred Council because she communicated with a forbidden planet. She died mysteriously while fighting against her enemies. Zhang Xuanzong's lips curved up into a mocking smile. I'll give her some face today, but you should know what to do next, right? Since we've already fallen out, there's no need to pretend to be united. I understand. Jiang Tianshu's eyes lit up, and he responded coldly. Everyone followed Grand Secretary Duan. Jiao Qianbei and the others didn't dare to make a sound. They only looked up at Grand Secretary Duan's back from time to time, trying to guess his origin. Qiao Qiao should be in the absolute beginning, right now, right? Grand Secretary Duan suddenly asked. Yan Kuan was startled. Then he quickly replied in a low voice, Senior, Master is indeed cultivating in the absolute beginning land. It must have taken you a long time to get here, right? Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Senior brother and I traveled a long way, and it took us a few hundred years to get to the ancient Star Pavilion. I didn't expect Senior Yao Guang to. Yan Jun suddenly spoke, but she was interrupted by Yan Kuan's gaze. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sure Zhang Xuanzong won't let you go so easily. I can help you buy some time. So go back to the absolute beginning land as soon as possible. You'll be safe once you return to Chiao, Quebec. Grand Secretary Duan smiled. Chapter 3560. After watching the two of them leave the ancient star system pavilion, Elder Duan slowly turned around and looked at Ning Qi's group. Mo Xie and company quickly lowered their heads and revealed respectful expressions. Alas, you guys are really unlucky to be involved in this mess. I can save you today, but with Zhang Xuanzong's temperament, he won't let you live past tomorrow. Pavilion Elder Duan let out a sigh. Jiu, Qianbei, and company were startled, and their faces turned pale. Feng Litian clenched his teeth and whispered, Senior, the palace master's actions are against the rules of the sect. Those two senior brothers and senior sister originally wanted to report that our chief senior brother, Jiang Tianshu, stole the demon refining gourd from their master. They didn't expect the palace master to let senior brother Jiang do as he pleased and let him kill them. Does the sect not care about this? Care? How? If we can care about you guys, can we care about imperishable realm cultivators? Grand Elder Duan smiled and shook his head. There's nothing I can do about it. He has too many ways to kill you without leaving a trace. If you hadn't stood with me, you would have been dead by now. The difference between step 4 and step 5 was too great. The difference between the 4th step and the 5th step is unimaginable. Feng Litian's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. They all understood the meaning behind Pavilion Elder Duan's words. An existence like Zhang Xuanzong was one of the higher-ups of the ancient star system pavilion. The only one with a higher status than him was the Star Emperor. Aside from the Star Emperor, who else could control him? It was obvious that the Star Emperor wouldn't go out of his way to deal with such a small matter. Therefore, their current situation might be unprecedentedly dangerous. There are 2 paths in front of you. Come with me, and we'll talk inside my cave. Grand Elder Duan smiled, and his eyes lingered on Ning Qi for a moment longer. Mo Xie noticed that, and suddenly, realization dawned on her. This time, they might have been able to escape being killed by Jiang Tianshu because of Ning Qi. It was obvious that Pavilion Elder Duan and Ning Qi knew each other. The main peak of the ancient star system pavilion. When Zhou Tao and the other disciples guarding the entrance of the main peak saw Grand Secretary Duan, they quickly stood in the air and bowed respectfully. At the same time, they cast curious glances at the people behind Grand Secretary Duan. Who were these people? Why were they following Grand Secretary Duan? When Zhou Tao saw Ning Qi, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Ning Qi smiled at Zhou Tao. Now was not the time to talk, so he did not greet him. Zhou Tao, there was a familiar junior brother just now. Did he come here before? Someone asked in bewilderment after Grand Elder Duan and his entourage disappeared from sight. That's right. He did come to the main peak. It seems that Pavilion Elder Duan is interested in him, Zhou Tao said enviously. What? Everyone was shocked, and then they immediately asked Zhou Tao about Ning Qi's background. There was a hint of flattery in their words. If they could get close to a personal disciple of a Pavilion Elder, it would be much better than relying on an ordinary true disciple. When they arrived at Grand Elder Duan's courtyard, everyone looked a little nervous, including Mo Xie. Only Ning Qi remained calm. He was not afraid of Zhang Xuanzong's methods. If worst came to worst, he could hide in the Dark World headquarters. Even if Zhang Xuanzong became the Grand Elder, he couldn't find the location of the Dark World's headquarters. Moreover, Grand Elder Duan had said that there were 2 ways out. With Grand Elder Duan's strength, he would not lie about such a thing. There are 2 options. The first option is for me to send you to one of the small worlds under the central hub. It won't be easy for Zhang Xuanzong to find you. However, most of these small worlds are engaged in a war with the 10,000 races. With your strength, you won't be able to survive, but there's a chance that you might die. Grand Elder Duan slowly turned around with the help of his walking stick and smiled at Ning Qi and the others. Small world? Zhu Qianbei hesitated. Everyone knew that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in a small world could not be compared to that in the Shenluo realm. If they went to a place like that, their cultivation speed would definitely be slowed down a lot. Moreover, the small worlds were currently at war, and the battles were extremely fierce. There was a high chance that they would die if they went there. Then, Grand Elder Duan, I'll go. Mo Xie suddenly said. Okay. Grand Elder Duan nodded with a smile. He gently waved his hand, and Mo Xie disappeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if someone had used an eraser to erase Mo Xie from the void. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. Ning Qi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even the Secretary General of the Covenant of Darkness had to open a space-time tunnel to send them to the small world under the jurisdiction of the Central Hub. But Grand Secretary Duan had sent them away so easily. That way, they wouldn't have to worry about the fluctuations of the space-time tunnel being detected. Think about it carefully. Even if I send you to a small world, it won't be the same place. It will be safer that way. Grand Elder Duan looked at Feng Letian and the other 2. A moment later, Feng Letian and company disappeared. Feng Letian and Zhou Qianbei chose to go to the small world, while Feng Yin chose the second option. Elder Duan personally sent him out of the ancient star system pavilion. As for where he went, it was up to him. He decided, "You're the only one left." Grand Elder Duan smiled at Ning Qi. "Thank you for your help today, Grand Elder." Ning Qi thanked him again. He knew that Grand Elder Duan probably didn't just happen to pass by the Alcade Star Palace. You're talented to be able to establish a connection with an ancient star palace. It's a pity to die in the Alcade Star Palace, but that's all I can do for you. Grand Elder Duan smiled. Grand Elder, I want to know how I can reach the rebirth realm now that I'm at the peak of the heavens mandate realm. Ning Qi clasped his hands. Reach the rebirth realm? Grand Elder Duan looked at Ning Qi. Your ancient star body has reached the 7th rank, so you should be qualified to enter the reincarnation realm to find an opportunity to break through. However, you don't have enough battle merits, so even I can't make an exception for you. This requires the approval of all the elders, including the 7 Star Palace Masters. As a result, they will definitely investigate you. If they find out that you've established a connection with an ancient star palace, they will immediately report it to the Supreme Sacred Parliament. I understand. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. So where do you want to go? Grand Elder Duan smiled. The further, the better. Once you're strong enough, you can return to the ancient Star Pavilion, the 5th district of the Dark Parliament. The last time he returned, Ning Qi was still at the peak of the causality state, seeking the qualification to reach the fate state. He was ambushed by Yuqi Jinjin halfway. This time, Ning Qi was already at the peak of the fate state. Even Yuqi Jinjin might not be able to defeat Ning Qi. My opponent. Chapter 3561. Elder Dong Yan, you've graduated? Ning Qi walked in front of Dong Yan and smiled. Thanks to you, I successfully graduated from the flesh training camp. After I came out, I heard that all the training camps were instructed by you, so all the cultivators of our Chao Yin Pavilion survived without a single casualty. Dong Yan couldn't help but smile. Ever since she graduated and became a qualified dark cultivator, she had been to the outside world a few times. Compared to the forsaken land of the gods, everything in God Luo world was more attractive to her, and all of this was brought by Ning Qi. Not only her, but all the Chao Yin Pavilion cultivators that Ning Qi brought to District 5 were all grateful and respectful to Ning Qi. That's good. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Elder Ning, I've heard about your achievements. How impressive. During the promotion ceremony, you suppressed all the dark cultivators from the other districts. Only you and a few other District 5 cultivators qualified to be promoted. Dong Yan couldn't help but sigh. I was lucky. Ning Qi smiled. What about the others? Are they cultivating in District 5 or in the outside world? The two of them chatted for a while. Ning Qi found out that the Chao Yin Pavilion's master had already left District 5 to search for opportunities to break through in the outside world. As for the others, they only stayed in District 5 for a few years before going to the outside world. Previously, they were in the forsaken land of the gods. Even if they were imprisoned, since they had the chance to go to the real God Luo world, why would they stay in District 5? Elder Dong Yan, why don't you go take a look outside? Ning Qi asked curiously. Aren't I at Dao Querying Realm Perfection now? That's why I'm planning to do some missions here to earn some war points, so that I can get a spot to advance to Karma Realm. Dong Yan said, Hey, we're about to go. Are you going to do your mission or not? Don't waste our time. A few figures were standing far away. Some were male and some were female. The one who shouted was a female cultivator. Her cultivation was similar to Dong Yan's, both at Dao Querying Realm Perfection. She was a cultivator from Immortal Palace. She had an impatient look on her face. Forget it. Don't forget about her background. She has a good relationship with that hot guy recently. A young man pulled on the female cultivator's sleeve and tried to persuade her. So what? We can't waste our time. The female cultivator snorted, but a hint of jealousy flashed in the depths of her eyes. Hearing this, Dong Yan smiled awkwardly at Ning Qi. Elder Ning, you go ahead. I'll come back to catch up with you after I finish this task. After a pause, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. You won't leave after a few days, right? It shouldn't be long. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. A hint of disappointment appeared in Dong Yan's eyes. Are you going to walk to the end? The female cultivator impatiently shouted at Dong Yan again, this time with a hint of anger in her tone. At the same time, after shouting these words, she led the rest of the Immortal Palace cultivators to the front of the two, their faces as ugly as they could be. Elder Ning, I'll go on a mission with them first. Dong Yan smiled. She seemed to be used to this female cultivator's temper and did not get angry. After a few breaths of silence, Ning Qi suddenly smiled at the Immortal Palace cultivators and said, You guys go first. Elder Dong Yan will not go on a mission this time. Dong Yan was slightly stunned and looked at Ning Qi with some confusion. Could it be that Ning Qi did not want her to go on a mission with them because of this female cultivator's bad attitude? Thinking of this, Dong Yan suddenly felt a hint of sweetness in her heart. She whispered, Elder Ning, it's okay. This mission is very simple. Not going on a mission? The female cultivator suddenly exploded. Her face even showed a trace of ferocity. She stared at Ning Chi with extreme anger. You say no mission and we won't go on a mission? Our mission this time can only be done by 5 people. Without her, you'll make us starve. Is that so? Fellow Taoist Dong Yen, are the 2 of you ganging up on us? The other 3 had heard that Dong Yen was one of the cultivators that Ning Chi had personally brought from the forsaken land of the gods. They had always been a little afraid of Dong Yen, so their attitude would not be as bad as this female cultivator's. But now their expressions did not look too good. They looked at Ning Chi with unkind expressions. Since Ning Chi had not revealed a trace of his heaven's mandate realm aura, they had subconsciously regarded Ning Chi as an immortal palace cultivator like them. Otherwise, why would he have chatted with Dong Yen for so long? Ning Chi looked at the female cultivator in front of him indifferently. I said I won't go on a mission, so I won't. Are you going to force her? Seeing this, Dong Yen immediately shut her mouth. If she tried to persuade him again, she would undoubtedly be disrespecting Ning Chi. Since Ning Chi had told her not to go, she would not go this time. Fellow Taoist Dong Yen, you have to think it through. If you want to advance to the Karma realm, you must have enough battle merits. If you don't go on a mission this time, I will spread the news. When that time comes, everyone will know that you did not keep your promise. Let's see who else wants to team up with you. The female cultivator was so angry that she was speechless. Indeed, she could not force Dong Yen, but she could use this matter to threaten her. When Dong Yen heard this, there was indeed a hint of hesitation in her eyes. At this moment, Ning Chi chuckled. If I'm not wrong, in another 3 years, the headquarters will be advancing to another batch of Karma Realm cultivators, right? Elder Dong Yen, you don't have to worry about the matter of the quota. Leave it to me. Really? Dong Yen was stunned and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Of course it's true. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. What a joke. Who are you trying to fool? Do you think you can get the quota to advance to the Karma Realm just because you want it? The female cultivator revealed a mocking expression and sneered. The other 3 cultivators also looked at Ning Chi as though they were looking at a con man. One of them even advised in a low voice, Elder Dong Yen, don't be fooled. It's better for you to go on a mission with us. Interesting. The quota to advance to the Karma Realm has been decided a long time ago. Who are you to speak so arrogantly? A cynical laughter came from outside the crowd. Immediately after, the crowd parted and an elegant man walked in. Behind him were a few cultivators at the perfected Tao querying realm. When the female cultivator saw this person, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Cousin, the elegant man looked at the female cultivator and smiled warmly. Cousin, I heard that someone bullied you, so I rushed over immediately. I've already obtained the quota to advance to the Karma Realm. Next time, I'll help you fight for one. Really? Thank you, cousin. The female cultivator revealed a look of surprise. Subsequently, the elegant man looked at Ning Chi and smirked. I know all the people who obtained the quota this time. Tell me, how do you intend to make them give up a quota to the little vixen beside you? Chapter 3562. Everyone saw the sudden change in the elegant young man's expression. The few cultivators at the perfected Tao querying realm that he had brought along subconsciously sized up Ning Chi's appearance. Immediately after, they felt as though their hearts had been smashed by a heavy punch. Their hearts twitched violently. The 5th district could be said to be big, but it could also be said to be small. At the very least, the circle of cultivators from the Immortal Palace who had decent backgrounds was not big. Before Ning Chi appeared, they were good friends with Nangong Zhuhui. After Nangong Zhuhui's advancement qualification was snatched away, they naturally paid special attention to him. Ning Chi, it was just that after a long time, they did not recognize him at first sight. Dong Yan's eyes were filled with obvious anger when she was called a little vixen. However, she did not speak without permission. Instead, she waited. Based on her understanding of Ning Qi's character, after he said this, it was impossible for him to be kind. "Cousin, do you know him?" The female cultivator was taken aback and looked at Ning Qi with disgust. "Don't tell me this guy is also from the forsaken land of the gods? Otherwise, how could he be so unruly?" Fellow cultivator Dong Yen said that we would go on a mission together, but he obstructed us. How despicable! "You shut up." The elegant young man suddenly looked at the female cultivator beside him and berated her in a low voice. His tone was stern, and the female cultivator had never felt it before. She was slightly taken aback and shut her mouth in shock. Her eyes were filled with deep doubt. What was wrong with her cousin? Brother Ning, I have offended you just now. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Ning. We will leave now." The elegant young man was initially arrogant before becoming respectful. He put away the arrogance on his face. When facing Ning Qi, he was extremely humble. After saying that, he gave a look to the few people beside him. His cousin and the other 3 cultivators in the same team seemed to have guessed something from the sudden change in the elegant young man's attitude. They looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise and suspicion. The other party's identity was definitely not simple. Otherwise, the elegant young man's attitude would not have changed so drastically. "You want to leave after making such a simple apology?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. The expression of the elegant young master who had just turned around suddenly became incomparably ugly. He turned to face Ning Qi again with a wry smile on his face. "Brother Ning, what do you mean?" "Earlier, you spoke rudely. Considering that we are both dark cultivators, I won't bicker with you too much. Slap yourself 10 times and you can leave." Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he looked at the female cultivator. "You too." "What?" The female cultivator was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at her cousin. When Dong Yen heard this, she nodded her head in satisfaction. She approved of this punishment very much. Not only did it not need to see blood, but it could also make the other party taste the bitter fruit. Furthermore, it was slapped in front of so many people. It was likely that the other party would not be able to walk for a long time. Puffing out his chest, this punishment was more than enough. "Do you really want to go this far?" A trace of shame and anger flashed in the eyes of the elegant young master. Then he took a deep breath and stared into Ning Qi's eyes. "Even if you're like the sun in the sky recently, and even Lord True Spirit thinks highly of you, you definitely wouldn't dare to commit murder on the street. So, I don't have to be afraid of you. Like the sun in the sky?" Everyone was startled to hear that. Then, a figure popped up in their minds. Naturally, that figure overlapped with Ning Qi. It's him. Finally, most people guessed Ning Qi's identity at this moment. The female cultivator and her 3 teammates looked at Ning Qi in shock, then at Dong Yen. Suddenly, a trace of lingering fear appeared in their eyes. They had never imagined that just now Ning Qi had been killed. They never thought that the person who had just talked to them would be the strongest among the younger generation of the 5th district. The strongest one. No one had ever received such a title before, but people would occasionally mention it after Ning Qi reached the karma state. Back then, many people didn't agree with him, but Ning Qi reached the fate state a few hundred years later. This time, no one dared to deny the title anymore. When they mentioned Ning Qi in private, they basically referred to him as the strongest among the younger generation of the 5th district, the top expert, the genius, and so on. So it's him? More and more people were gathering around. They looked at Ning Qi with curiosity, awe, jealousy, and envy. "You don't have to be afraid of me?" Ning Qi smiled. The calmer he was, the more panicked the elegant young man became. However, he controlled himself and didn't show any of it. He could admit defeat, but he couldn't afford to lose his momentum. After all, so many people were watching. "That's right." The elegant young man sneered. "Elder Dong Yen, you've got a chance to reach the karma state." Ning Qi smiled at Dong Yen. "Got it." Dong Yen was startled. Then, She seemed to have guessed something. She looked at the elegant young man with pity in her eyes. What are you going to do? Don't do anything stupid. The chance is mine. You can't take it away. The elegant young man suddenly realized what was going on. He could no longer hide the panic in his eyes. The cultivators from the Immortal Palace who had come with him subconsciously shrank their necks. Among them, there were also people who had obtained a spot to advance to the Karma realm. But now they were afraid that they would be targeted by Ningqi. After all, Nan had a stronger background than them. After all, Gong Zhuhui's chance had been stolen by Ningqi. They looked at the elegant young man with pity in their eyes. They could have provoked anyone, but they had to provoke this devil. That female cultivator finally knew that Ningqi's assurance to Dong Yen that he would hand over the quota to him was not bragging, but he really had the strength to do so. Now, the other party was likely to snatch her cousin's quota and let Dong Yen replace it. Seeing her cousin's cowardice in front of Ningqi, she felt uncomfortable. At the same time, she felt an indescribable jealousy for Dong Yen. What are you all doing here? A cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. The elegant young man hurriedly looked at the figure who had walked into the crowd and pleaded, "Lord Jiuquan, please help me." Jiuquan glanced at him. Then his eyes fell on Ningqi. He was slightly startled. Then he smiled and said, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" The elegant young man's face was filled with despair when he heard that. The rumors were true. This guy, who had risen to power less than a few hundred years ago, knew many high-level people in the 5th district, including Lord Jiuquan's trusted subordinates. I happened to run into something. Ningqi smiled. I plan to donate 1 billion primary essence stones in exchange for a chance to reach the Karma state. I wonder if the rules have changed? Chapter 3563. Donate 1 billion origin stones. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was equivalent to the entire wealth of an ordinary rebirth state expert. They could vaguely guess that Ningqi had used the same method to snatch Nangong Zhuhui's spot the first time. I heard that the spot has already been decided. Why don't we ask him to give up his spot? Ningqi pointed at the elegant young man and smiled. Jiuquan glanced at the elegant young man. He must have offended Ningqi, or Ningqi wouldn't have pointed out his name. Jiuquan nodded with a smile after some thought. It's not a big problem. The elegant young man's eyes were filled with despair. He stood there in a daze, unable to come back to his senses even after Ningqi and the others had left. Forget it. There will be a new spot in 100 years. Yes, don't take things too hard and choose to be his enemy, like Nangong Zhuhui. As far as I know, the head of the Nangong family is still missing. The cultivators that the elegant young man brought along softly advised. Don't worry, it's just 100 years. I can wait. After a moment of silence, the elegant young man raised his head and forced a smile. Cousin, we still have a mission to do, so we'll take our leave first. After saying that, the female cultivator immediately left with the other 3 cultivators. *TCH. I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation if it wasn't for you. The elegant young man cursed in his heart as he glared at the female cultivator's back. Then he looked in the direction that Ningqi had left with a trace of resentment. The 5th District's council building. Ningqi and Dong Yen arrived at the True Spirit's office under Jiuquan's guidance. Kid, you're at the Complete Heavens Mandate state? As soon as the True Spirit caught sight of Ningqi, it immediately stood up and strode over to Ningqi. It examined Ningqi from head to toe over a dozen times before speaking in a slightly surprised voice. Complete Heaven's Mandate state? Jiuquan was stunned. The last time he saw Ningqi had just broken through to the Heaven's Mandate state. How many years had passed since then? No wonder he couldn't see through Ningqi's cultivation. It turned out that Ningqi's cultivation was on par with his. I really can't hide from the true spirit. Ningqi laughed. Don't flatter me. The speed of your advancement is truly terrifying. Thankfully, you're a cultivator from our 5th district. Why are you here today? Just say it. As he spoke, he glanced at Dong Yen. Dong Yen knew that Junling was a 5th-step cultivator and the boss of the 5th district, so he looked a little afraid. Lord True Spirit, I wish to donate 1 billion origin essence stones in exchange for a spot in the Karma realm for Elder Dong Yen. Ning Qi cupped his hands. Jiao Kuin's lips moved slightly as he explained the cause and effect of the matter. Hearing this, the True Spirit nodded and smiled. This is just a small problem. Since you are willing to donate 1 billion origin essence stones, you can have whoever you want. Oh, I have a small request. Could Lord True Spirit help me pay the 1 billion origin essence stones first? Ningqi smiled awkwardly. His origin stones had all been condensed into astral soul essences, which he used to break through to the next level. Currently, he only had a few origin stones left, not even 1 million. However, as long as he made a trip to the headquarters Heavenly Origin Stone Market, a mere 1 billion origin stones was nothing to him. What? You've spent all your origin essence stones? Haha, it's not a problem to help you pay them, but I'll charge you a little interest. Do you understand? Anyway, with your Heaven Genesis technique, you can easily earn back the origin essence stones by going to the headquarters. The True Spirit grinned. Of course, I understand. I won't let Lord True Spirit down. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands together. After a pause, the smile on Ningqi's face gradually faded and was replaced by a solemn expression. Seeing this, the True Spirit immediately knew that Ningqi's real purpose had come. Lord True Spirit, my cultivation has reached the perfect heavens mandate stage. How can I exchange for a chance to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation? Ningqi asked with a serious expression. He had learned a little about the infinite realm's reincarnation from Grand Elder Duan. There were only 2 ways for heaven's mandate stage existences to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation. One was to rely on luck, and sometimes one could enter inexplicably. The other way was to have a few eternal realm existences work together to open a temporary passage. As for how many eternal realm existences were needed, that would depend on their cultivation. There was another way that ordinary people couldn't enjoy, and that was to have a great emperor personally open a passage to the infinite realm's reincarnation. Even the chief disciples of the 7 star palaces of the ancient star pavilion weren't qualified to do so. Only the disciples of a great emperor could have such an opportunity. Logically speaking, the headquarters should have made an exception and reduced some of your battle credits, considering your aptitude. However, you'll still need a lot of battle credits if you want to be qualified to enter the infinite reincarnation state. I didn't expect you to advance to the peak of the fate state so soon, so I didn't ask you to collect any battle credits. You can only take on some quests from the headquarters that will reward you with battle credits. Right, you can also exchange battle credits by donating origin stones, but the exchange rate isn't cost-effective. You can decide for yourself, but you can ask Commander Bloodtear when you get to the headquarters. The True Spirit heaved a sigh. Thank you for your guidance, Lord True Spirit. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands. He wasn't too disappointed. Ningqi knew from the very beginning that it wouldn't be easy to obtain the qualification to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation, but he felt that it wasn't bad that origin essence stones could be exchanged for battle credits. At the very least, he would be able to gather enough to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation realm faster than normal cultivators. The battle credits needed to enter the infinite realm's reincarnation realm. Next, the True Spirit took out a book in front of the 2 of them and crossed out a name from it, replacing the name of the person who would ascend to the karma state in a few years with Dong Yan's name. After that, Ningqi and Dong Yan followed the Jiaokuin court flowing water time tunnel. Coincidentally, Dong Yan was going to the headquarters to attend the promotion ceremony in a few years, so it was on the way. the headquarters of the Dark Congress. The ferry boat slowly sailed out of the void. Jiuquin, let's go to the Heavenly Origin Stone Market and have some fun. Ningqi smiled. Jiuquin's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he agreed readily, of course. Also, call Commander Bloodtear and Commander Inzhen. Ningqi curled his lips. If they wanted to make money, they had to make it together. That was the only way to avoid any accidents at the Heavenly Origin Stone Market. Great. Jiuquin nodded with a smile. Dong Yin clicked her tongue. Those who could be called commanders were at least at the rebirth state. She didn't expect Ningqi to know so many leaders of the Dark Cultivators. Chapter 3564. When Ningqi had first obtained the human-shaped heavenly stone, he had only been at the peak of the Tao querying realm and wasn't confident in dealing with the dangers that might be hidden inside. But now Ningqi was at the peak of the heavens mandate realm and had cultivated the 7th rank ancient star body. If he went all out, he could easily defeat an ordinary early-stage rebirth realm cultivator. He was confident that he could even fight against a rebirth realm middle-stage cultivator. This time he had asked Commander Xueqiu and Commander Inzhen to protect him. Unless the danger hidden within the human-shaped heavenly stone had reached the 5th step, he would be able to easily suppress it. Commander Xueqiu's residence. Everyone looked at the human-shaped heavenly stone curiously. Commander Xuequi and Commander Inzhen clicked their tongues from time to time and walked around the human-shaped heavenly stone a few times. Little brother Ning, where did you buy this human-shaped heavenly stone? Will there be a person inside? Commander Inzhen asked curiously. I bought it from Senior Tudwa in the Greedy Wolf realm. Ningqi smiled. Tudwa? Jiuquin's expression changed slightly. Commander Xuequi and Commander Inzhen were also surprised. They hadn't expected the human-shaped heavenly stone to have such an extraordinary origin. Tudwa was a 5th step cultivator from the Dark Parliament's headquarters. As for why the word great was added, it was to distinguish the 3 minor realms of the 5th step: undying, immortal, indestructible. Existences at the undying realm were usually referred to as 5th step cultivators in private. If this heavenly stone really came from Lord Tudwa, then we have to make some preparations. If we can get something good from it, we have to block its aura and prevent it from leaking out. Otherwise, those 5th step seniors will forcefully buy it. Commander Xuequi rubbed his chin and said solemnly. Dong Yin was slightly stunned. Do 5th step seniors force people to buy and sell? Commander Inzhen immediately laughed and looked at Commander Xuequi with a gloating look. Little girl, Xuequi was a lucky cat that stumbled upon a dead mouse and found an elixir that had long been at the supreme grade. That elixir was full of vitality. In primordial times, it was called the 9-day blood condensing elixir. Even if a 5th step cultivator was severely injured by an enemy and his origin was damaged, he could use this elixir to recover. When the 9-day blood condensing elixir appeared, the phenomenon was too big, and Xuequi couldn't stop it in time. In my opinion, that pill is worth at least 2 billion. That's right, Xuequi said. That pill is worth at least 2 billion. There's such a thing. Jiuquin sucked in a breath of cold air. The difference between 2 billion and 100 million was too big. Dong Yin couldn't help but whisper. Can Senior take advantage of his seniority? It would cost at least 1 billion origin essence stones. Seeing Dong Yin cry out for him, the blood tier commander, who had kept this matter bottled up in his heart for many years, looked at Dong Yin kindly and sighed. Exactly. Which senior is so shameless? Ningqi was a little curious. Jiuquin immediately pricked up his ears. It was rare to have the opportunity to listen to such high-level secrets. Tudwa, the blood tier commander, looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. It's him? Ningqi's expression also became strange. However, I won't admit to what you said today, even if you go out and spread it. The blood tier commander smiled. As he spoke, Commander Injen had already set up a restrictive spell around them. When the Blood Tier commander saw this, he immediately added another set of restrictive spells and specially strengthened it. After doing all this, they looked at Ningqi. Little brother Ning, even if the two of us are 10 times better together, our stone gambling skills are still not as good as yours. You should cut this heavenly source stone yourself. The Blood Tier commander smiled. Elder Ning's stone gambling skills are really that strong? Dong Yen was deeply shocked by the Blood Tier commander's words. There were also heavenly origin stones in the forsaken land of the gods, but the quality wasn't good and there weren't many of them. Basically, only cultivators in the heavens mandate realm and above played with them. At the very least, only cultivators in the karma realm could afford to play with them. When she was in the forsaken land of the gods, not only did the pavilion master of the Chao Yin Pavilion warn the cultivators not to get into the habit of stone gambling. All right, Ningqi nodded with a smile. Afterward, the Blood Tier commander and Commander Injin brought Jiao Kuan and Dong Yen to the side, creating a small distance between them and Ningqi. However, the two of them were also prepared to attack at any time. Heavenly Eye. Ningqi's eyes immediately changed. He looked at the human-shaped heavenly source stone and saw something he hadn't seen before. Back in the greedy wolf realm, Ningqi had also used the heavenly eye, but he was unable to see the real inside the human-shaped heavenly source stone. All he could see was a cloud of mist. Now, perhaps because of the increase in his cultivation, Ningqi actually saw a child hidden inside the human-shaped heavenly source stone. The child had a pair of horns on his head, and his skin was smooth and creamy. His facial features were extremely exquisite. The clothes he wore were completely different from the clothes of this era. Is this a child from the immemorial era? For some reason, he was trapped inside the stone and turned into a human-shaped heavenly source stone? Ningqi was slightly shocked. He then frowned. If he could use the system now, he would be able to see what cultivation realm this child was at. Unfortunately, the system's update progress was still at 1%. Little brother Ning, is it hard to cut? The Blood Tier commander asked when he saw that Ningqi was still hesitating. There might be a living creature inside. Blood Tier commander, you must be prepared to suppress it. Ningqi smiled at him. Hearing this, everyone's expression instantly became solemn. The chances of a living creature coming out of a heavenly source stone were not high, but if there really was a living creature inside, it usually had an extraordinary background. The most famous incident that was related to the heavenly source stone was 10,000 years ago. Someone from the Tai Tsong boundary had cut out a dragon, which was then taken away by the Tai Tsong dragon sect. It had only appeared a few times, and each time it had beaten up its peers. It was already determined that the dragon had been taken in as a disciple by the Tai Tsong dragon emperor. Ningqi used his hand as a knife and carefully cut along the outline of the heavenly source stone inch by inch. Although his movements were slow, it gave off a feeling of flowing water. He controlled his movements very well, not 1 inch too much, not 1 inch too little. When he had completely peeled off the outer shell of the heavenly source stone, a porcelain doll-like child appeared in front of everyone. The child's height only reached Ningqi's knees, just like Ning Haoqian's height in the past. I wonder if Haoqian has grown up after all these years. Ningqi looked at the child in front of him, a trace of longing suddenly flashing across his eyes. This isn't a human child, and his aura doesn't seem weak either. He seems to be at the rebirth state. The Blood Tier commander and the commander Injen immediately came to Ningqi's side and sized up the child in shock. Chapter 3565. Everyone observed for 5 to 6 breaths of time before the horned child slowly opened his eyes. He had no pupils, and his eyes glowed with a white light like fog or moonlight. "You servants, how dare you!" The child suddenly cursed, anger on his face. Servant, everyone looked at each other. Commander Injin let out a strange laugh and said, "Brat, who are you calling a servant?" What is the name of your servant? You dare to offend your superiors and ask a question you already know the answer to? Do you believe that I won't ask my father to sentence you to death?" The child looked at Commander Jun and cursed. His face exuded a natural majesty. In his generation, his status must have been extraordinary. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, he was trapped in the heavenly source stone. The blood tier commander analyzed. Everyone nodded slightly, thinking that his analysis was reasonable. But when the blood tier commander's words fell into the child's ears, it was like a boulder falling into a calm pond, causing ripples. "What did you say?" I seem to remember father died, mother died, big sister died, big brother died, senior brothers died, junior sisters also died, the elders all died. Why, how did they die? Why can't I remember?" The child's face suddenly revealed a pained expression. When everyone heard this, even the blood tier commander had a trace of sympathy in his eyes. It was clear that this child had experienced a huge change, and this change was equivalent to the annihilation of his family. His family, his fellow apprentice brothers, they had all died, and this child was most likely his father, and he most likely his father or someone he knew, had sealed himself in the heavenly source stone before he died, allowing him to live until today. "What is your name? What race are you from?" Ning Chi suddenly asked. The child's expression gradually calmed down. His body once again exuded an extraordinary majesty. He glanced at Ning Chi and said, "Was it you who saved me from the heavenly source stone? Then you are qualified to know my name. My name is Xian Yuanlin. From today onwards, you are the first servant I have accepted in this world. Kneel down and pay your respects." With a whoosh, the pity in everyone's eyes disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was a strange and mocking look. "Little brat, if it wasn't for Elder Ning, you would have stayed in the stone for the rest of your life. You still want to accept him as a servant?" Dong Yen could not help but laugh. "Shut the F***ck up, woman. A mere third-step cultivator isn't qualified to talk to me." The child glared at Dong Yen, rendering her speechless. Her cultivation was indeed no match for the child in front of her. "All right, since you came out from my heavenly source stone, you belong to me from now on. Tell me about your origins." Ning Chi said lightly, "I originally thought that you would become my first servant in this world, but now it seems that you might not have this fortune. What a rude person. Since you saved me before, let's end things here." The child looked at Ning Chi with pity, as if he had lost a great opportunity. Then the child's gaze fell on Commander Bloodtear and Commander Jun. "The two of you are barely qualified to be my servants. Kneel." "Jiokuen, excuse me, you too." Ning Chi smiled at the two of them, then reached out and grabbed the child, lifting him up. Expressionlessly, he spanked the child's buttocks again and again. "How dare you!" An incomparably powerful aura swept out from the child, displaying his early-stage rebirth state strength. However, in the next moment, his power was suddenly suppressed. Ning Chi opened the 9 inner hidden gates, and the power of his body completely crushed the child's strength. The child could not break free and could only endure Ning Chi's earth-shattering power. Bang! 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 The child's expression became stunned, then livid. Then he saw the gazes of Dong Yen and the others, and his face turned red again. 2 hours later, Ning Chi put down his palm and lifted the child in front of him. "Can we talk properly now?" "Servant!" Bang! 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 2 hours later. "Are you awake? I will never let you off." Bang! 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 1 day and 1 night passed. Ning Chi put down his slightly numb hand, and a trace of surprise rose in his heart. This guy's physical strength was probably comparable to a rank 7 ancient star body. However, the child did not have a bug-level spell like the 9 inner hidden gates. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who was stronger between the two of them. "Can we talk properly now?" Ning Chi smiled. "Put me down." The child nodded. After a dozen breaths, the child slightly tidied up his messy clothes, and there was still a trace of stubbornness on his face. However, his tone was very different from before. My name is Xianyuanlin, and I come from the Xianyuan immortal sect. The sect I belong to is very powerful, so powerful that it can kill countless servant cultivators at your level with a wave of its hand. He subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi, and when he saw Ning Qi put down his hand, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He maintained his arrogant expression and said, "In short, it's very powerful." "Then why was your sect destroyed?" Ning Qi said indifferently. "I don't know. I don't remember any of the details. Someone must have used a spell to erase part of my memory, hoping that I won't take revenge on them. But do you believe me? I will definitely take revenge." "That's right," Xianyuanlin sneered. "The other party might already be dead. After all, the era you lived in is too long ago." Dong Yen interrupted. Xianyuanlin's expression changed slightly, and he forced a smile and said, "They must not be dead. They are waiting for me to take revenge. I thought I could cut out some treasure. Forget it. You will follow me from now on, and do the work of serving tea and pouring water for now." Ning Qi looked at Xianyuanlin reluctantly and shook his head slightly. Serving tea and pouring water? Xianyuanlin subconsciously wanted to scold him, but when he saw the trace of anticipation in Ning Qi's eyes, he immediately shut his mouth. "You can't wear these clothes anymore. Otherwise, everyone will know that you came from the heavenly source stone. Blood Tier Commander, do you have a set of children's clothes for him?" Ning Qi smiled. "Yes, there are many." The Blood Tier Commander smiled and waved his hand to summon a child, ordering him to bring a similar set of clothes for Xianyuanlin. After a while, Xianyuanlin looked at the extremely simple clothes in front of him and slowly raised his head to look at Ning Qi. "Can you leave me with my last bit of dignity? Are these clothes for humans?" When the child in charge of getting the clothes heard this, there was a trace of anger in his eyes. How was it not for humans? Wasn't he wearing it properly? "If you don't want to wear it, then be naked." Chapter 3566. Heavenly Origin Stone Market, Heavenly Origin Pavilion. A group of people attracted the gazes of several people the moment they walked into the pavilion. Most of their gazes were focused on Ning Qi, with only a few gazes landing on Commander Shuewei and Commander Injun. Ning Qi's reputation in the field of stone gambling was very strong. There were many people who liked him. Subsequently, in less than 2 hours, Ning Qi earned more than 20 heavenly source stones. After reselling them, Ning Qi's net worth once again soared to 100 million. News quickly spread to the backyard of Heavenly Origin Pavilion. "Uncle, that fellow has come again." Komodo respectfully stood in front of Zhe Duo and said in a low voice. Because his head was lowered, he did not see the corners of Zhe Duo's eyes twitch when he heard the news. His repeated defeats at Ning Qi's hands had caused Zhe Duo's prestige to hit rock bottom. His status in Heavenly Origin Pavilion was now below all the veteran Heavenly Origin Masters. "Zhe Duo!" An incomparably dignified voice sounded from the entrance. Zhe Duo abruptly raised his head and quickly walked out. A red-haired old man stood at the door, and behind him were a few cultivators who were dressed similarly to Zhe Duo. These people were all famous Heavenly Origin Masters of Heavenly Origin Pavilion. Old Man Wei was also amongst them. He was a grade 6 Heavenly Origin Master, second only to Heavenly Origin Pavilion in strength. The Pavilion Master's expression did not look too good. "Pavilion Master!" Zhe Duo respectfully bowed. Komodo followed behind him and hurriedly bowed. "That kid called Ning Qi has come to our Heavenly Origin Pavilion again. Have you received the news?" The Pavilion Master indifferently said, "I have just received the news." Zhe Duo said in a low voice, "Then what are your plans?" The Pavilion Master indifferently said, "Plans?" Zhe Duo's expression changed slightly, unable to speak. He had already lost to Ning Qi many times in terms of heaven genesis techniques. What plans could he have? This brat keeps coming to my heavenly genesis pavilion after returning to the headquarters. I don't need to explain the reason behind this. Since you're the one who provoked him, you'll be the one to defeat him. Make sure that he doesn't step into my heavenly genesis pavilion in the future, and that he'll take all the heavenly genesis stones that can be sold. Will others still buy the remaining heavenly origin stones? This will greatly affect Heavenly Origin Pavilion's business. The Pavilion Master said in an indifferent voice. Pavilion Master, although I want to defeat him, but Zayduo looked troubled. This time, you bet with him on the value of the heavenly source stones. I have 10 heavenly source stones here, and I have already tampered with them. You definitely won't lose. I will give you 10 billion origin stones to cripple him in one go. The corners of the Heavenly Origin Pavilion's Pavilion Master's lips curled as a sinister glint flashed across his eyes. It's been tampered with. Zayduo stared blankly for a moment before his eyes lit up. Then he asked suspiciously, Pavilion Master, why me? If you step in, I'm 100% sure that he'll accept the bet. The Heavenly Source Pavilion Master smiled. So that was how it was. A trace of excitement suddenly flashed in Zayduo's eyes. Although he did not know how the Pavilion Master had managed to tamper with the Heavenly Origin Stone that was impossible to tamper with the Pavilion Master's status as a Grade 7 Heavenly Origin Master. If he said he could win, then he would definitely win. Come closer, the Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master said with a faint smile. Zayduo hurriedly whispered into his ear. After a while, his expression became more and more interesting. It rose again. Master Ning, can you help me take a look at this heavenly source stone? Master Ning, help me take a look. I've lost so much that I'm about to go bankrupt. Scram! The Blood Tier commander let out a cold snort, and those fanatical people immediately calmed down. They retreated a certain distance with bitter smiles on their faces, seeing Ning Qi raise one heavenly origin stone after another. They felt as if their hearts were being scratched by 10,000 cats. As long as Ning Qi helped them take a look, they might be able to turn their fortunes around. Jiao Kuin's face lit up with joy. Ning Qi had helped him pick a few heavenly source stones, earning him almost 10 million. For a heavenly fate realm cultivator, 10 million origin stones was not a small amount. Although Dong Yan had earned less than Jiao Kun, she was a third-step cultivator, so her need for origin stones was not as strong as fourth-step cultivators. She was very satisfied after earning a few million origin stones. She looked at Ning Qi with a trace of worship in her eyes. Ever since he had entered the Heavenly Source Pavilion, Ning Qi had never lost a single heavenly source stone. The one who had earned the most was naturally Ning Qi, followed by the Blood Tier commander and the Injin commander, because the two of them had enough wealth to purchase the expensive Stone Kings. This guy is quite powerful. Xian Yuanlin had been following behind Ning Qi. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that Ning Qi's Heaven Genesis technique was indeed stronger than anyone he had ever seen. No, he must be lucky. He's definitely not as powerful as my dad. Xian Yuanlin said in his heart, Master Zayduo is here. Someone shouted, attracting everyone's attention. They saw Zido and Komodo walking towards Ning Qi step by step. The cultivators who had seen the battle between the two had strange expressions on their faces. Master Zayduo, we meet again. Ning Qi stopped what he was doing and looked at Zayduo with a smile. Since Master Ning has come to the Heavenly Source Pavilion, I naturally have to come out and welcome you. Otherwise, outsiders will inevitably say that the Heavenly Source Pavilion doesn't understand etiquette. Zayduo said with a fake smile. The Blood Tier commander looked at Zayduo with a slightly mocking look. What do you want this time? Today, I want to compete with Master Ning in terms of foresight. Zayduo's lips curled into a faint smile. What do you think, Master Ning? Tell me the rules first. Ning Qi smiled. Let me see if I have the time. Zhe Duo's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Ning Qi's indifferent attitude clearly showed that he didn't put him in his eyes. However, he concealed his emotions well and said with a faint smile, "Pick out 10 heavenly source stones and we will judge their value. As for the bet, let's make it 10 billion origin stones." 10 billion origin stones? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. For these cultivators who won or lost only tens of millions of origin essence stones, 10 billion origin essence stones was an extremely huge number. Even Commander Xueqiu and Commander Yinjin were shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. 10 billion. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. If there was no bet, he might have directly rejected Zhe Duo. Since the other party had lost several times in a row and still dared to gamble with him, it meant that he came prepared. But 10 billion origin stones is indeed a bit tempting. Ning Qi looked at Zhe Duo with a faint smile. "The bet is too big. I'm afraid you won't follow the rules if you lose. Let's invite a respected judge." Ning Qi smiled. "Invite a judge?" Zhe Duo was slightly taken aback. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction. "Agree." The Heavenly Source Pavilion Master's voice sounded in Zhe Duo's ears. "All right, then let's invite a judge." Zhe Duo smiled. "Blood Tier Commander, please make a trip to the headquarters. I'm willing to take out 1 billion origin stones as a reward for the judge." Ning Qi smiled at the Blood Tier Commander. Chapter 3567. The news of the 10 billion bet in the Heavenly Source Pavilion spread like a plague. More and more cultivators rushed over. Even the cultivators outside the Heavenly Source stone trading market were attracted over. Most of these cultivators were very interested in Heavenly Source. Most of them had no interest in Tianyuan stones, but they were very interested in the bet. 10 billion origin stones. Even Rebirth State cultivators rarely had such wealth. This time they were going to witness the birth of a billionaire with their own eyes. Even Rebirth State cultivators were very interested in this. Before Commander Shui Wei could invite a judge, a few Rebirth Realm cultivators who were acquainted with Commander Yinjin had already arrived. Some of these Rebirth Realm cultivators were on good terms with Commander Yinjin. Some were on good terms with Heavenly Origin Pavilion, and some were neutral. But no matter which side they stood on, they were here to watch the show. The spacious yard was already bustling with noise in less than 10 minutes. A Fate State cultivator might be hit by a random stone. The cultivators who arrived later simply flew in the air because there were no empty seats. It was safe to say that apart from the ground, the courtyard was the most spacious. Apart from the ground, the yard was surrounded by people. Most of their attention was focused on the two main characters, Ning Qi and Zhe Duo. "Brother Ning, how confident are you this time?" Jiao Kuan secretly transmitted his voice. The momentum of this gamble was too great, and even he didn't have much confidence. Others might not know, but he knew that Ning Qi didn't even have 1 billion essence stones on him. If he lost, he feared that he would need his true spirit to save the situation. "I'm not very confident. I'll leave it to fate and do my best." Ning Qi smiled. Jiao Kuan's face turned pale. Dong Yan secretly pulled on Ning Qi's sleeve. "Elder Ning, you must have a trump card. You won't lose, right?" "It's fine. It's just 10 billion origin stones. It won't take my life." Ning Qi's lips curved. Dong Yan smiled bitterly. 10 billion origin stones was easy to say. If it were her, she would never have the chance to repay this debt in her lifetime. Following Ning Qi this time, she finally understood what kind of life Ning Qi led. Compared to the circle she was in, it was really too different. Zhe Duo maintained a calm and composed posture. The corner of his mouth held a faint smile. But if one observed him carefully, they would notice that the corner of his eyes kept glancing in a certain direction. There, the Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master was secretly observing Ning Qi's performance along with Old Man Wei and the others. as the Heavenly Origin Pavilion's Pavilion Master was a fifth-step sempiternal realm cultivator. He had personally set up the formation. Thus, no one present would be able to detect their presence, including Ning Qi. Ning Qi had already followed Zhe Duo's gaze and tried to find out where Tian Tian was, the Origin Pavilion Master, and the others. Pavilion Master, his Heaven Genesis technique, is very strange, and we are still unable to determine what level of Heaven Genesis Master he is. Isn't the 10 billion yuan essence stones a little too much? Old Man Wei asked in a deep voice while sizing up Ning Qi. The other core Heavenly Genesis Pavilion, Heavenly Genesis Masters, subconsciously nodded their heads. They all felt that the Pavilion Master was being too generous this time. If he wanted to destroy Ning Qi's prestige, 1 billion yuan essence stones would be more than enough. Is it big? Our Heavenly Source Pavilion earns at least 3 billion yuan essence stones every year, and 10 billion is only a matter of 3 or 4 years. But that kid is different. No matter how proficient he is in Heaven Genesis techniques, he can at most purchase 10 billion yuan essence stones by himself. If we can hurt him once and for all, he will never dare to cause trouble for our Heavenly Source Pavilion again. Don't you think it's worth it? The Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master smiled faintly. Pavilion Master, all we need to do is give him a warning. His only backers are Commander Shui Wei and Commander Yinzhen, who are mere reincarnation stage cultivators. If you step forward, will they dare to not give face? A Heavenly Genesis Master said in a low voice, a sliver of doubt in his eyes. Without waiting for the Pavilion Master to speak, Old Man Wei chuckled. Even if the Pavilion Master steps forward, given his personality, he will not give face. None of you have seen him advance a few years ago. Not only is his Heaven Genesis technique extraordinary, even his talent is likely one of the top geniuses in the headquarters. Senior Tudwa has even said that he wants to take him as a disciple, and even the Heavenly Wolf tribe member had the thought of taking him as a disciple. However, he gave up on the thought because he did not advance to the Heavenly Mandate stage within 200 years. He reached the Fate state in just a few hundred years. It took him less than a few hundred years to go from a cultivator at the Ethereal Palace to his current level. The headquarters must think highly of him. Is he really that monstrous? The Heavenly Genesis Masters looked at each other. Not only was there fear in their eyes, but there was also a deep trace of jealousy. That's why we can only force him to back off with Heavenly Genesis stones. Otherwise, will the Heavenly Source Pavilion continue to operate if he comes here from time to time? The Pavilion Master indifferently said. About an hour later, 2 figures tore through the air and arrived. The one in the lead was a white-haired old man with a ruddy complexion, and the one following behind him was none other than Commander Shui Wei. Great Commander? The expressions of the reincarnation stage cultivators changed when they saw the old man. They bowed in bewilderment. They never thought that Commander Shui Qiu would call over the great commander who was in charge of them. That was an immortal stage expert. An existence of the immortal stage rarely showed his face. He was usually in a state of seclusion. Haha, I didn't expect a small bet to attract Brother Pooh here. You've brought light to my humble place. Upon seeing this old man, the Pavilion Master of Heavenly Origin Pavilion waved his hand and removed the surrounding restrictive spells. Leading the crowd, he appeared in the air and welcomed the old man with a smile. Brother Redhair, I heard that you've made a bet of 10 billion, and that both parties are only at the Fate state. I'm curious, and I'd like to earn some money. Brother Redhair, you don't mind me, do you? The old man called Pooh said with a smile. Redhair? Everyone's expression became strange. From the way he addressed him, it was obvious that Pooh and the Pavilion Master did not have a good relationship. There might even be some enmity between them. The Pavilion Master's expression remained unchanged. If I say I'm not welcome, will Brother Pooh leave? Of course not. Do you think I'll miss out on 1 billion origin stones as a judge? Pooh said with a smile. Ning Chi noticed that Pooh seemed to have a pair of hands behind his back. That person should not be a human. If that's the case, Brother Pooh, please be the witness and let these two juniors gamble. The Heavenly Origin Pavilion Master said with a faint smile. Pooh looked at Ning Chi, then looked at Zhe Duo. He directly landed between the two of them and said with a faint smile, "With me here, no one can cheat. You can start the game." "Yes." Zhe Duo nodded respectfully and clapped his hands. Immediately, a staff member of the Heavenly Source Pavilion brought 10 heavenly stones and placed them between the two in front of Pooh. "These are the 10 heavenly stones. If there's no problem, then we—" Chapter 3568. Zhe Duo looked at Ning Chi without batting an eyelid. "What's your problem?" "I suspect that these 10 heavenly origin stones are not very clean. How about this? We'll let Senior Pooh personally pick 10 heavenly origin stones for the competition." Ning Chi smiled. "Not very clean?" Before Zhe Duo could speak, Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master sneered. "Junior, are you questioning the credibility of Heavenly Source Pavilion? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can see that these 10 heavenly origin stones are naturally formed and have not been tampered with. Are you trying to humiliate Heavenly Source Pavilion? Juniors these days are really arrogant." "Ridiculous." The Heavenly Source Masters behind Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master reprimanded, looking at Ning Chi with a trace of anger. The surrounding cultivators also felt that Ning Chi was making a big fuss out of nothing. Heavenly origin stones are indeed not easy to fake. Even if the appearance can be changed, the inside cannot be tampered with. There shouldn't be much of a problem for this competition to determine the value of the inside, right? That's right. I've been studying this for many years and have a deep understanding of it. If I can't determine the value of the inside just because of the appearance, it would be a form of negligence. The surrounding cultivators discussed in low voices. There were already many cultivators who had not seen Ning Chi's methods and cast doubtful gazes at him. They secretly guessed that Ning Chi might be afraid of this competition, which was why he requested to change the heavenly origin stones. "Brother Ning, could it be that you're afraid?" "Haha, you can admit defeat if you're afraid. I'll take half of the bet from you." Zhe Duo laughed. "I'll lose half if I surrender?" Ning Chi smiled. "These 10 heavenly origin stones are completely worthless. You should have known the answer beforehand, right?" As he spoke, Ning Chi's figure suddenly moved, waving his hand and shattering the 10 heavenly origin stones. Pooh's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not stop him. When the 10 heavenly origin stones were shattered, everyone saw that there was indeed nothing inside. The value of 10 heavenly origin stones was 0. "You." Zhe Duo looked at Ning Chi in shock and anger. Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master also revealed a strange expression. Pooh thoughtfully looked at the shattered stones on the ground. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up, and he looked at Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master. When he raised his head, the strange expression on Heavenly Source Pavilion's Pavilion Master's face had already disappeared. "Looks like I guessed right. I win this bet, right?" Ning Chi laughed. Ju Kuin heaved a long sigh of relief. He was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Dong Yan's expression visibly relaxed. "That shouldn't be the case. No matter how I look at it, there should be something in those heavenly origin stones. Otherwise, why would their bodies emit a special spiritual chi? Why is there nothing here? TSK, if it were me, I would have already lost. This Senior Ning is too fierce. His eyesight is so sharp, I really admire him. Strange, these heavenly source stones don't behave according to common sense. Could it be that they've been tampered with?" A wave of discussion broke out in the surroundings. Zhe Duo's complexion alternated between green and white. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "This bet doesn't count. You've made the heavenly source stone look like this. How am I supposed to guess?" At the very least, I can fight you to a draw. Not bad, the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master said in a deep voice. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it doesn't count this time. Senior Apu, please pick another 10 Heavenly Source Stones for me to compete with Master Duo. Ning Qi smiled faintly. This was his true motive. When he saw the 10 Heavenly Source Stones, Ning Qi knew the source of his opponent's confidence. These 10 Heavenly Source Stones were empty, as if they had been dug out by some unknown method. However, their aura remained, and at the same time, their traces were erased. It was very clean. If it wasn't for Ning Qi's ability to see through it, any other Heavenly Source Master would have fallen into their trap. In this way, Duo naturally knew that the value of these 10 Heavenly Source Stones was 0. If they continued to gamble, it would only end in a draw. This was not what Ning Qi wanted. He wanted to win. He wanted his opponent to bleed as much as he could, as the price for scheming against him. Could it be that he can really see through these Heavenly Source Stones? Duo's face was filled with shock and anger. He subconsciously glanced at the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master. Without waiting for him to speak, Apu laughed loudly. Just now, little brother was too anxious and smashed all these Heavenly Source Stones, so the result of the competition cannot be counted. Now, I will personally pick 10 Heavenly Source Stones for you to use in the competition. For the sake of fairness, my selection of Heavenly Source Stones will not be limited to the Heavenly Source Pavilion. After a pause, he looked towards the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master. Brother Redhair, what do you think? Up to you. The Heavenly Source Pavilion Master indifferently said. Old Man Wei and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. However, it was impossible to back down now, so they could only do this. If they reneged on their promise, it would easily attract criticism from the Heavenly Source Pavilion. Given the current situation, even if the Heavenly Source Pavilion lost 10 billion essence stones to Ning Qi, they could only accept it. At most, they would have to give all their profits for the next 2 or 3 years to Ning Qi. If the Heavenly Source Pavilion's reputation was tarnished, it could affect their business for the next few decades, or even centuries. The loss would not be just 10 billion essence stones. Apu let out a long laugh. He immediately collected 5 Heavenly Source Stones from the surrounding cultivators, then went outside to find another 5 Heavenly Source Stones. After gathering 10 Heavenly Source Stones, he placed them in front of Ning Qi and Duo. Duo's expression was somewhat grave, his palms sweating. The stakes were too high. If he lost, not only would his reputation be tarnished, the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master would not let him off so easily. There was still a long way to go. Duo suddenly felt a trace of regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have shamelessly rejected the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master's suggestion. Once you have estimated the value, you can inform me through voice transmission. Apu smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, his ears twitched and he glanced in Ning Qi's direction. At the same time, the Heavenly Source Pavilion Master's voice sounded in Duo's ears. 3,800,000 essence stones. Duo was slightly taken aback, but a trace of joy surged in his eyes. He immediately transmitted his voice to Apu. Senior Apu, I estimate the value of these 10 Heavenly Source Stones to be around 3,800,000. Apu glanced at him with a strange expression. After a pause, he continued. Both sides have estimated the value. Later, I will cut open the Heavenly Source Stones and calculate their value before reporting their estimates. Everyone's spirits rose. They did not expect both sides to estimate the value so quickly. They immediately looked at Apu expectantly. Not long after, all 10 Heavenly Source Stones were cut open. There were pills and treasures inside, but nothing special. Hence, the value was relatively easy to estimate. There was no need for Apu to state the price. Some cultivators with good judgment had already estimated the value in their hearts. around 3,800,000 essence stones.